I've been having some technical difficulties. Is it working now? Hello. Am I good? I am. Yes. Welcome everyone to the 4th annual Sports Stuff Draft-a-thon. So, sorry for the delay. I've been having some issues when it comes to my stream for the last 30 minutes, but hopefully everyone is enjoying already. Let's see how this sound's going. I am. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Welcome everyone. That's a perfect noise level I'm trying to get at. Yes, this year is my 4th annual Sports Stuff Draft-a-thon for the NFL draft. I'm very excited. Yeah, I'm really excited. Every year I always try and do at least the first 3 rounds and do a live stream. Obviously tonight is round 1, so that'll be really exciting. At 7 p.m. I'll be able to put it up on my screen so I can, live react to what's going on with my little remotes, but I'm really excited. So, prospects to be taken today. We got Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, Olu Fashanu, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt. All those guys going in the top 10. We got guys like Brian Thomas Jr., Quinion Mitchell. I'm very excited. But yeah, I have a whole draft guide of things to say for each prospect. I'm really excited. This year, hopefully, will be the best draft-a-thon we have. Is that camera live? That camera is live. So, every single time that I get a pick right as the draft is happening, I'll be transitioning over to my basketball hoop, and I'll be taking a shot. And we'll see what happens. If I can get the prospect right, and I make a basketball shot with my little Nerf ball right here, I'll chug a Dr. Pepper. I'll do something. I'll chug a water. We'll figure it out. But that's right there. I'm really excited. I got a dartboard as well we can be putting up. But yeah, so we got about an hour and a half before the NFL draft actually starts. I wanted to come on early, maybe do a mock draft to get into the season, you know what I mean? So let's go over what my mock draft yesterday was. So let me go to that video and your channel. I want to go over to that video, and we're going to see exactly what my picks were. There we go. All right, let me add that as a source. There we go. Put that at the very bottom. Oh, that's awkward. There we go. So, here we are. With the mock draft we did yesterday. I wish I could have saved a actual scene of it and not just going back to my YouTube channel, but we'll make it work. So at number 1, I had the Chicago Bears taking Caleb Williams. I feel like that's pretty agreed upon. That's what's gonna end up happening. Is they're gonna take. Come on, they're gonna take Caleb Williams. I don't think anything crazy is gonna happen. I think that's gonna be the solidified. Uh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. I go to NFC East. So we go to the Commanders. Let's see who they signed. mock drafts for this first round of the draft. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go over and start the switch to the YouTube channel. The switch to the NFL Network so I can watch the draft. So let me go do that real quick. Let me not break everything while I go and do that. I'll BRB. All right. Come on. Why can't I find NFL Network? I can't find NFL Network. Where is it at? Come on. I can't find it. What channel is NFL Network on? There we go. I found it. I don't know why I had such trouble trying to find NFL Network. All right. Cool. Yeah, we got the pre-draft coverage going on right now. All right. Ah! Don't break everything, Nick. One second. My TV's acting up. I'm trying to. It keeps like connecting, but then not connecting. Try this again. Technical difficulties as usual. Nothing you can do about it. Yeah, beat them as they come. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, there we go. All right. Ba, 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 ba. I'm trying to fix this because it's not. It's not doing how I want it to do. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. There we go. There we go. There we go. I got it. Then. Oh. What? Why is it doing this?
With a
Well, that's why.
had a first-round pick, but they will have.
There we go.
Draft class was a year ago.
There we go. Okay. I got it fixed. NFL Network is now working. There we go. I was having issues because it wasn't like. So the stream should be all good then, right? Let me turn my mic on real quick. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. It took 15 years, but I got it all worked out. NFL Network is working now. There we go. Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. NFL draft season is always the best season as a sports fan, especially as a football fan, because every team gets better, every team gets worse. You know what I mean? Less than an hour until the draft starts, everyone. Ugh. I wish, like, every single year, the number one overall pick always takes the full 10 minutes to draft. It makes no sense. Like, you know what you're going to do. You know what you're going to do when the season ends. Like, you know who you're going to draft. Because usually the number 1, 2, and 3 picks are all solidified.
Not be doing.
That's awesome. I finally got it to work. I'm so proud of myself. Everyone ready? Yep. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Where I guess I'm supposed to start it right at like 3:30. Tomorrow at 3:30, the NFL draft coverage on sports stuff continues. Tonight, whatever it's 8 p.m. until whenever it ends. Tomorrow it's 3:30 to whenever it ends. I have a feeling that we're not going to see any crazy trades. Like, I think there'll be like draft pick trades. I don't think there's gonna be like player for player or player for pick trades. I just really don't think that's what's gonna happen. I could be wrong. Again, I could be wrong, but that's my feelings. I don't think we're gonna see any crazy trades when it comes to players. It'd be cool. It would be cool. I don't think it makes sense. Like, who would get traded, right? Brandon Ayuk. Oh yeah, Brandon Ayuk. T Higgins. I don't know. Like, I don't know if they're gonna get traded though. I think the 49ers would rather keep Ayuk. And I think the Bengals would rather keep T Higgins. But they don't want to trade him. I don't understand. Just trade him. Like, you've already waited too long. Your coverage is already less than it was before. You're not going to get the player. You're not going to get the draft capital you wanted before. Like, you've already waited too long. Your coverage is already... I feel what's going to end up happening, we're going to see probably about 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Because I think we're going to see the easy Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy. Those are the guaranteed 4. I think we'll see the 5th one, though. I do believe we'll see a 5th one drafted this year. For that 5th-year option. That's the only reason why. Because, like, why else would you draft a quarterback? Especially when you're a team. Like, this is abnormal. There's so many teams with quarterbacks that are either busted or are perennial backups, right? Like, for example, the Broncos, they have Jarrett Stidham, perennial backup. Zach Wilson, bust. And then perennial backup, Ben DiNucci, right? Never will start a game. You never planned for him to start a game. They could use a young quarterback with maybe some upside, right? You talk about the Raiders. They have Aiden O'Connell, probably a backup, but could turn into a starter. But I mean, he played pretty well last year. But Aiden O'Connell, more than likely to be a perennial backup, and that's really it because they cut Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know. I just don't think. I think there's gonna be about 5 quarterbacks taken tonight. 4 is I can bet on, but I would say the over on 4.5. I'd say over 4.5 quarterbacks, so 5 or more. I wouldn't be shocked if they put the lines at 5.5 though. If they put the lines at 5.5, wouldn't shock me because I don't think Bo Nix is gonna get drafted in the first round. I don't think Spencer Rattler is going in the first round. I don't think there's that many quarterback needy teams. I think that you have your guaranteed 4. You got the Patriots, Commanders, Bears, Vikings. Those are the guaranteed 4 that are taking a quarterback tonight. Guaranteed. Broncos could wait. They have Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson. The Raiders could wait. They have Aiden O'Connell. The Saints could wait. They have Derek Carr. I just don't think the class next year is a stack, though. I don't think these later in the first round teams are going to have anyone. I mean, you'll have Carson Beck next year. You'll have Shador Sanders next year. Tyler Van Dyke, maybe. Is TVD next year? I believe he's next year. It'll be interesting to see, though. Running backs, only one I can see being a first round pick is Trey Benson. Maybe someone could talk themselves into Blake Corum. Don't think Jonathan Brooks goes tonight. I think it's only Trey Benson or Blake Corum, but I don't think Blake Corum's a first round pick. I truly believe the only first round pick guy is Trey Benson. Tight end, Brock Bowers, maybe Jatavion Sanders if a team really likes Jatavion Sanders. The same thing. I think it's only Brock Bowers is the guy that is the only one that I can actually see them going. Wide receiver, a crap ton of them. I mean, you got Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze, Brian Thomas Jr., Lad McConkey. Somehow's a first round pick in a lot of drafts. Don't think he's a first round guy either. Offensive line, all of them. Every single one that you're thinking. There's so many guys, though, man. There's so many guys that I like in this draft. That's the issue. Whoa, hello. That's the issue every year. There's always players that fall out of the first round that you weren't expecting. I mean, let's go. Or safeties, rather. Sorry, safeties. I This is gonna be a good draft, man. It's not gonna be the best draft of all time. A lot of people are saying that because of NIL, because of the transfer portal, and because of these 5th year, 6th year options that people are now allowed to have, these drafts get smaller and smaller, right? Because currently, let's go to the very bottom. Page 8. So they say there are 316 players. Jawar Jordan is not 315, by the way. Jawar Jordan is not the second. Khalid Duke is not one of the worst players. Oh, what a joke. Oh, what a joke, PFF. Isaiah Johnson from North Texas is not one of the bottom 10 players in this draft class. Johnson Hunter, I can't do it. But, so PFF has 316 players ranked in this class. Average size of NFL draft classes. There we go. Well, we can just do the math real quick. We can just do the math. Let's go to my calculator. So, usually, there are 32 picks times 7 rounds. That's 224 players. You usually have another 15 comp picks, plus 15, plus 15, plus 15. So, about 275 players are drafted every year, right? About 275. Usually, as someone who's been doing draft-a-thons for 4 years now, there's somewhere around 400 players draftable every year. About 150 guys go undrafted every single year. This year, there will be 60. 60. Meaning that guys like Hayden Hatton, for example, from Idaho, who would be undraftable in other years, is going to be a primary draft pick. I mean, a UDFA. Because there's less players. Now, is that at the fault of NIL? Is that at the fault of allowing 5th, 6th, 7th year players? Yes and no. I don't disagree with either. I think it's a yes and a no answer. But, I don't know. I tend to agree that NIL is not a net negative, but it's not a net positive. For example, like I think there are issues with having NIL. I would rather just the schools pay players, me personally. Like just have like them on salary, for example. My jersey's getting messed up. It's not letting me. I can't even sit down. There we go. That's better. I'm excited though. 30 minutes until NFL draft starts. Apparently, a rumor is the Patriots are working on a trade for Brandon Ayuk. If that is what's going to happen, they're going quarterback at number 3. Because that makes them, if they can get, if they can get Brandon Ayuk, good on them. That's a great deal. Good player. Don't know how true that is though. Again, smoke and mirrors all the time. That could be the 49ers leaking that for another team to give them a call and offer more. You never know. All right. Cool. I had to check something. I was a little worried that that rumor might be true, so I had to check other sources. I mean, if Brandon Ayuk does end up going to the Patriots, good on them. Great player, great deal. Probably will be a second round pick, because they only have number 3. He's definitely not a first round pick. Give up a second or a third round draft pick for Brandon Ayuk, who can be a wide receiver 1 for you. I'm trying to think, would he fit their system? I mean, he wouldn't not fit their system. It's not like him going to New England would be horrible, but not the fit I would have gone with. I think they need to go young, and the minute you trade for Brandon Ayuk, you have to immediately extend him to a pretty lengthy deal, probably pretty expensive as well because he'll have all the leverage. He can just say, "Pay me $30 million a year," and you have to. You just have to. I mean, you're trading for him. Probably worth more like 21, 22 million. But if you trade for him, you lost all the leverage in that deal. Because he can just be like, all right, fine, you get me for 1 year, then I'm a free agent. Trying to think. I mean, if you're a team that needs a quarterback within the next couple of years, right? Whether it's next year or the year after, would you mortgage your future and draft someone this year and just trade your few? Like, for example, if you were the Atlanta Falcons, who could use a quarterback 2 or 3 years from now, if you called the Bears, said, "Hey, 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and 2 third-round picks for us to trade up to number 1, and you can have 3 first-round picks, and we have pick 8, so you could realistically still get a quarterback. You could trade back up into number 3 with the Patriots, trade up to number 4 and grab J.J. McCarthy or Jaden Daniels, whoever does slip." Is that what you want to do, right? That is a realistic thing. Would you be willing to do that? That's a question that I feel you're gonna have to ask the teams as they do it. I probably wouldn't know. I'd probably chill and say, you know what? I'd rather roll with Kirk Cousins for a year or 2 and figure out in the future what guys will fit my system best. Because there's guys every year, right? There's guys every year that you think aren't gonna make it. Like, for example, J.J. McCarthy was not a first-round pick before when he went to Michigan in the beginning of the season. He was not a first-round pick. But he turned into one throughout the year. Just throughout the year, he turned into one. was that noise? 30 minutes away. 27 minutes. I'm watching this Daniel Jeremiah's I don't know why I said it like that. Daniel Jeremiah's top 200. Man, we disagree on a lot of things. But I also think he's high on other players. Like Nehemiah Pritchett, yeah, about a little after 100, okay. But Cam Kitchens at 107. Outside of the first 3 rounds, he's not a 4th round player. He's easily a day 2 guy. Hunter Norzad, a little high for him. I like DJ James right there. At 110. But Eddie Ulo at 112? I guess just how different guys rate different things in players. Devondre Sweat, if he didn't get that off the field issue in the last couple of weeks, would probably hear his name early day 2. But I can't believe this is in Detroit. I probably could have gone. I probably could have gone to the draft instead of hosting the draft. That would have been fun. But I don't know. I couldn't stand there for 4 hours. Or however long the draft lasts. Jesus, people making a lot of noise outside. This would be fun, though. A lot of good players, man. Especially in the first round. So many good players. A team that I think is going to suck drafting tonight. Who do I think could overdraft someone? Because I feel like every first round, there are guys that are just like, holy crap, why would you draft them? I'm going to say in the first rounds, probably whoever drafts, man. If they reach, you know what I mean? Like, let's say, Adonai Mitchell's a fine wide receiver, but, like, would I draft him? Probably not in the first round. They're just other guys that I like. But at the same time, it's, like, different teams, different schemes, different needs, right? Like, I'm a guy who would have a run-heavy offense, right? I'd run the ball almost 50% of the time. So I would put a lot of weight into Trey Benson. I would not put as much weight on guys like Lad McConkey. I would put a lot of weight on Jatavion Sanders and Brock Bowers. I would not put a lot of weight on guys who can't block. You know what I mean? And that's, I guess, the way the difference is. It's just different schemes. So we'll see. As the draft happens, I remember last year, I had like Jack Campbell, for example, for the Lions. I had Jack Campbell as a fringe first round guy. He went at like 16 or 17, right? And I would have said, oh, that's a bad pick. But it didn't not work out, right? I mean, they made it to the NFC Championship game. Jack Campbell somewhat played a role. I thought it was weird that they would draft Jack Campbell and then re-sign, what's his name? The long hair linebacker. What is his name? Is it Anzalone? Yes, Alex Anzalone. They re-signed Alex Anzalone, but they drafted Jack Campbell to replace him. So what you know what I mean? I that's why I was really confused, because I'm like, I feel the whole point of drafting Jack Campbell was to replace Alex Anzalone, but then he signed Alex Anzalone to a 2 or 3 year extension. What's the point? Why would you? Why? But I mean, it worked out. So I wouldn't take everything I say with I wouldn't say everything I say is law, but I thought the Jahmyr Gibbs pick was a little bit of a reach. I'm trying to think. Who did the Saints draft last year? I'm not really remembering the end of the first round. Oh, Dalton Kincaid. I thought that was a weird pick. You have Dawson Knox, who is, a top 7, top 8 tight end, and you draft Dalton Kincaid. But Dalton Kincaid's more of a receiver. Dawson Knox does receive, but he's definitely more of a blocker first. All right, come on. 20 minutes. Isn't it amazing that the Bears, they earned the number 1 overall pick last year, right? They earned it. They traded it with the Panthers. That Panthers pick then ended up as a first overall again. That's crazy, man. Like, you traded out of the most valuable pick in the draft just to get that pick back the next year, to get another generational quarterback that you can hopefully draft. I mean, he's a franchise for the next 10 years. It's just so interesting, man. That doesn't happen all the time, where you get out of your pick and then you get your pick back the following year to get another generational quarterback. What are they doing? That's definitely copyright. I definitely can't have that. That's a dope dress, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a big fan of like lime green when it's used correctly. That's a pretty cool dress. 20 minutes, man. 20 minutes. We'll see Caleb Williams go at 1. Then the crap show starts, right? Is it Jaden Daniels? Is it Drake May at number 2? Does the guy not draft at number 2 then go number 3? Is it a trade up? We'll see. We'll see. I feel like the NFL does their draft better than anyone else. Like, by far better than anyone else. Because, I mean, in the NFL draft, it moves around. It's during the part of the year where the cold is kind of over. It's getting warmer. So the Midwest cities like Detroit, Cleveland, Green Bay, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, they can host it because it's during the part of the year where it's getting warmer. Chicago as well. It's getting warmer, so you can host it at those cities because of how they do it. They always cover the stage in case it rains. The way they do it is super cool. Again, it travels around the country. Every team eventually will get the draft. It'll happen a couple of times for different teams. Because like the Super Bowl, you need to have a big market, and you have to have an enclosed stadium with like up to dates, right? Have enough hotels available, enough restaurants available, public transportation, all of it. And you need all of that because you have so many fans, so many players, so many personnel coming to do the draft. I mean, going to do the Super Bowl. The draft, though, you have maybe 15,000 fans who either live in the city or are very close around the city, who are, you know, you already have the hotels there, you already have the food there. I don't know. I like it. I like it. I've always liked how they do the draft. The last couple, you know, since they started moving around the league, I've always liked how they did it. I think that's super cool to involve the entire league. Like Detroit, until they get, you know, the Ford Field. From everyone that I know that's gone to Ford Field, say it's a little outdated. They'll probably never get a Super Bowl until they get a new stadium. The Browns will never get a Super Bowl until it's a dome stadium. However, the draft, you just put a stage up and you cover the stage and boom, you have an NFL event in your city. That's all you need. Joe Klatz. Hey, Chop Robinson, actually in the first round. They're doing their top 150 prospects, I think that like scrolls through, and it's always fun to look at those, right? Like Kool-Aid at number 28, Edgerrin Cooper at 29, Lad McConkey at 30. It's such a joke. It's not happening, guys. Xavier Worthy over Adonai Mitchell because Xavier Worthy runs fast. Bo Nix at 33. In front of JPJ? Oh, nah. Who's DJ? Daniel Jeremiah, all of your credibility's gone. Nate Wiggins at 36? Oh, heck no, dude. I had no respect for Daniel Jeremiah anymore. He put Bo Nix in front of Jackson Powers Johnson. Peyton Wilson is behind Ricky Pearsall. Oh, heck no, dude. No, he's lost all respect for my book, Daniel Jeremiah. What in the world is your... What? Marshawn Nealand? I don't like Marshawn Nealand. He's fine. He's a fine edge rusher. I just don't like how highly people have him, man. Mike Sainstro at 50. That's about right. So all I'm going to say, I don't like how a lot of these mock drafts last minute change up solidified picks. In my opinion, Caleb Williams is guaranteed round 1, right? I mean, pick 1. Guaranteed pick 1 is Caleb Williams. Drake May has been guaranteed number 2. Like, Drake May has been guaranteed number 2 the entire draft cycle up until the last, 3 days where they just kind of made up, oh yeah, Jaden Daniels is going in front of him. He was never going in front of him until the last, 2 or 3 days. It makes no sense. Darius Robinson in the first round's crazy. Come on, man. 12 minutes. What's this song? Oh, it's a national anthem. That might be copyright. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I played that during the stream, it might be copyright. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. So Bucky Brooks has Michael Penix over JJ McCarthy. Oh my god. Oh my god, Bucky Brooks has him over JJ McCarthy. Bro, ESPN, NFL Network, who are you employing? Who are you employing? Oh my god, I know it's all for clickbait. That's why they do it. They want you to click on the article and read that. He has Roma Dunze over Malik Neighbors. Get him out, bro. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. What is going on, dude? What is going on? Why are these people employed? Let's see how they do the Titans. Brock Bowers, Jatavion Sanders, Cade Stover, all right. Theo Johnson, all right. AJ Barner's not better than Dalen Holker, but okay. Oh my god, dude. Oh my gosh. That is horrendous. That is the most horrendous top 5 list I've seen. Talisi Fuaga over Olu Fashanu. Come on, man. Who are these clowns that they employ, dude? Graham Barton over Jackson Powers Johnson? Oh my god. Who's cooking, bro? Who is cooking meth in their car? Zach Zinter? Yep, I'm agree. If Zach Zinter was healthy, he'd be a top 5 interior offensive lineman. I'm with you there. Leao Talatu over Dallas Turner's not that crazy, but him over Jared Verse is a little crazy. Chop Robinson, top 5 edge rusher, I agree. Braylon Trice, wow, it's been a while since I've seen Braylon Trice in the top 5. He's good. He's fallen off for me, though. He's fallen off a little bit for me. Byron Murphy over Jazon Newton, that's fine. I like Jazon more. Chris Jenkins, Darius Robinson, and then Brandon Dorius. I haven't even scouted Brandon Dorius. Am I missing something from Oregon? I didn't even scout him. Peyton Wilson, linebacker 1. I agree. Edrin Cooper 2. Junior Colson. Jeremiah Trotter. Who's your 5th one? Cedric Gray. Cedric Gray. Okay. Bucky Brooks, your linebackers. I'm with them. I agree. That would have been my linebacker 5 in a row as well. Corners. Quinn Mitchell. Terrion Arnold. Nate Wiggins. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Who's your 5? Ennis Rakestraw. Okay. I can live with that, Bucky Brooks. Not the best, but I can live with that. Whoa. AJ Brown signs a $100 million extension. $23 million a year. Is that what it said? $23 million, 3 for 96? Or was it 30? Oh my god, that's $32 million a year. Wow. Wow. He just got $32 million a year at wide receiver. That's crazy, dude. 3 years, $96 million deal. $32 million a year for a wide receiver. And they just signed Devontae Smith to a massive deal as well. $84 million guaranteed. Wow. That's crazy, dude. 3 years, $96 million. $84 million guaranteed. That means only $12 million is not guaranteed of that deal. Only $12 million is not guaranteed. Good on you. That's all I can say is good on you, man. You highway robbery of a deal. Good on you. I hope Caleb Williams got booed on his way out, only because he's going to the Bears. I like Caleb Williams. I love his off-the-field stuff as well. It's awesome. But I wouldn't be shocked if he was being booed because he's going to the Bears and they're in Detroit. What's up, Rap Sheet? What you guys say? What's up, Rappaport? He has Michael Penix over JJ McCarthy. God, what a joke of a talking head, dude. I still can't believe AJ Brown got $32 million a year. $32 million a year is insanity. They really like Will Shipley. Everyone has had Will Shipley in their top 5 of running backs. Roman Dunze over Malik Neighbors is also a crime. An absolute crime. Roman Dunze was, what was it? Contested catch maker. And then Malik Neighbors was playmaker. I would rather have a playmaker than a contested catch guy. But, okay. Oh, he broke up in the slot. So he has Lad McConkey as his number 1 slot guy. Ricky Pearsall as a silky smooth pass catcher. All right. Who's after this though? As your slot guy. Roman Wilson, designated chain mover. Okay. Malachi Corley, most natural slot receiver in class. Okay, I can get behind that. He's pretty good. Who's your 5th though? Malik Washington. Over Taj Washington. All right. And I like Malik Washington. But over Taj Washington's crazy. 4 minutes until the draft starts. Thank you. Daniel Jeremiah. I'm with you, man. Drake May is over Jaden Daniels. Your top 200. So he has Roma Dunze and Malik Neighbors both above Drake May as prospects. Okay? And Terrion Arnold is number 9. Oh, okay. Okay. What's he cooking? Just don't necessarily agree, but yep, scrappy blocker with sticky hands. That's exactly how I would say AJ Barner is as well. I'm gonna start eating. I'm getting a little hungry. Ugh. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things about this where I'm like, yikes, man. These guys do not know how to evaluate guys. Like, how do you put Michael Penix over JJ McCarthy as a quarterback? Michael Penix throws fast. He throws far. He must be best quarterback. No. And they put Graham Barton over JPJ, saying he has elite interior presence. He never played inside. He played tackle at Duke. What a joke. I'm excited for the booze though. For when Roger Goodell walks out for all the booze. I'm excited for that. Caleb's already standing up. That's crazy. Bro's already standing up. I don't want to like. I think the only things I'm allowed to do. I'm pretty sure the only things I'm allowed to like have on speaker for you guys to hear is him saying, with the number one pick in the NFL 2024 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears pick Caleb Williams. The Washington Commanders are now on the clock. Boom, mute. I'm pretty sure that's all I'm allowed to show. At least from every other draft that I do, there hasn't been any other issue. I mean, any issue doing that, so. Well, come on. It's 8 p.m.
Here for the first ever NFL draft in Detroit, Michigan.
All right. I feel like go a little quieter on it. Come on. First ever NFL draft in Detroit, Michigan. They're making their Midwest tour. I'm pretty sure Kansas City's next year, if I'm not mistaken. 2025, I believe it's Kansas City. Rich Eisen, that's his name. I could not think of Rich Eisen's name because he's on the panel. I know it's not Ernie Johnson, obviously. I know it's not Ernie Johnson. He does NBA on TNT. But I'm like, this guy looks a lot like Ernie Johnson. Like, it looks like Ernie Johnson without glasses. I couldn't figure out who it was. Rich Eisen. Because obviously it's on mute, so I can't hear his voice. I would know by his voice, but. This is the 89th annual NFL draft, by the way. 89 years. 89 years. In 11 years will be 100. Crazy. In 11 years will be 100 years of NFL drafts. 10 minutes per selection in the first round. And every team will take up the full 10 minutes, even though they already know what they're going to do. 14 players in NFL history have gone from first overall pick to Hall of Fame. So if it's an 89 drafts, let's figure out the hit percentage. Let's figure out that hit percentage. So 14 divided by 89. So 15% of the time. 15% of the time. We'll say 16. We'll say 16% of the time. Your number one overall pick becomes a Hall of Famer. That's a pretty good hit rate, man. 16 times. I mean, 16% of the time that you draft a guy at number one, he becomes a Hall of Famer. That ain't bad. That is not bad at all. $257 total picks. Like I said, there's usually around 400 draft picks in a class. This year, there's only 320. There is a whole 80 picks missing from this draft because of NIL, extra years because that's what college football does with the transfer portal, red shirts. So I expect every single draft from now on is gonna be less and less guys trying to go out as soon as they can because now they can make money their senior year, their 5th year, sometimes even their 6th year. Why are we even doing any? Give the Bears 5 seconds of a draft clock. We know what they're going to do. We know they're going Caleb Williams. Why do we have to do a whole performance about it? Give them 5 seconds to make the call saying it's Caleb. Done. I still think it's going to go Caleb, Drake, Jaden when it comes to quarterbacks. I think there is still that small chance that that the Patriots don't go quarterback at 3. I still think there's a small chance. But I think it's 100% Caleb Williams and Drake May. Dude, there's so many commercials. NFL Network, get your thing going, man. You got probably what, 3 million people? Well, what about last year? You had 6 million people watch the first round last year, concurrently. 6 million people. 6 million. That's crazy. And you're having this many commercials before the draft even starts. I would like to, still be 22 when the gosh darn draft is over. Okay?
What's going on backstage?
Oh my gosh. I thought I saw Goodell start to walk out, but I was wrong. The band's just going crazy. all the guys in the band are like vibing. Oh, there's 1 minute left till the draft starts. Hey, Big Barry. Big Barry Sanders. I can't hear anything they're saying, but Big Barry Sanders. Who's that? I don't know who that is. That's Caleb Williams, obviously. That's Aiden Hutchinson. I can tell from the eye line. I did not know who that was. I didn't even see his face. So he was getting a massage though from the Panthers. So probably Bryce Young, maybe. I don't know who this is though. Who the crap is that? Oh, is that Calvin Johnson? Oh, it's probably Calvin Johnson. That's Eminem. Yep. Eminem, obviously. Detroit, haha. Yep. Was that Calvin Johnson? Because it had Barry Sanders. That was probably Megatron. He's walking out with Eminem? What? Is he actually walking out with Eminem? I think he's about to walk out with Eminem. Oh, he's not. Okay. I really thought he was going to walk out with Eminem. Yes, the booze. Oh, it is Eminem. He did walk out. Not enough booze. I need more booze. Let's go, Big D!
Just kidding about the rap battle. We're gonna save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you, and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, and here you go. Detroit. What up?
Let's see what happens.
It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go.
Okay. Yep, Amon-Ra's got paid $30 million a year. Yep, Hutch. Yeah, let's go. I love Calvin Johnson. I'm gonna mute it real quick. I love how Calvin Johnson went from not wanting to talk to the Lions, hating the Lions, to now, this many years later, in Detroit during drafts, celebrating. He's now a part of the organization again. I love that. The way they've been able to recoup that relationship has been awesome.
Yo, what up, Detroit?
Yep, Amon-Ra's here to talk.
Hey, this is crazy. I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff.
That must be so awkward. It's like, hey, all these other guys next to me, though, all do stuff.
Detroit, let's go, baby.
Jared Goff dresses like a youth pastor.
Not tonight, baby. Let's get it. What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
Now you like Megatron talk? Oh, there he goes. Okay.
I just got one thing to say. What I do? All right, Detroit. Okay. Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right. You ready to get the show on the road?
Yes. I was ready 15 minutes ago.
The 2024 NFL Draft is now underway.
Wait for it.
The Bears are now on the clock.
There you go. I was waiting for the Chicago Bears are now on the clock. Fun fact, Megatron actually owns a dispensary in my hometown. What's it called? I know where it's at. I can't remember what it's called. But it's right across the street from a Wendy's. Yeah, like is it Primitive? It might be Primitive. I think is what it's called. But yeah. That's pretty cool. I don't know. That's all I had to say. He owns a dispensary in my hometown. He's met with the city mayor and all that a couple of times. All right, listen, Chicago. You already know who you're taking. Let's not do any more bull crap. Stop. Do not take the full 10 minutes. It's already been a minute. You know who you're taking. Just put the card in. I don't want to waste 10 minutes of time. We know who you're taking. We know. Just put the card in, please. I'm not looking at my phone, by the way. My phone, when it comes to notifications from Twitter, not happening. I'm not looking at them. Come on. You're going Caleb Williams. We know who you're going. Just why are we wasting 2 minutes of your fans' time? Okay, I'm gonna stop complaining after this. I'm gonna say it. It's been 2 minutes. The camera has not left Caleb Williams' face. He doesn't have a phone call yet. Stop acting like you're not gonna draft Caleb Williams. You traded Justin Fields to take Caleb Williams. Stop acting like you're not gonna take Caleb Williams. None of us actually believe you. No one here believes you. Yeah, you added DeAndre Swift. You added Keenan Allen. You added Dante Pettis. You added Gerald Everett. Gerald Everett is a great pickup, by the way, as your tight end number 2. That's a really good pickup. And Kevin Byard? Oh my god, they cooked this offseason. I forgot about Kevin Byard. And I already knew about Jonathan Owens, yeah. But you got Jaquan Brisker. There we go. He finally picked up the freaking phone. Why are we wasting 3 minutes of people's time, dude? They finally called him. 3 minutes in, they finally gave him a call. They're like, guys, Michael Penix is looking really interesting right now. Maybe we should call Michael Penix and draft him number 1 overall. Come on. Where did Eddie Jackson land up, by the way? I might Google that real quick. Where did Eddie Jackson end up? Eddie Jackson. Is he still a free agent? He is still a free agent. That's a shame. He'll probably get picked up after the draft happens. There's a lot of those guys every year, like Jadeveon Clowney, for example, last year. The Browns knew they were getting him because he was re-signing with the team. Like, they knew. But they still wait till after the draft to sign him. Ryan Poles did such an easy job today. You draft Caleb Williams, you trade back from number 9, you're done. You know what I mean? You're done. All right, I cooked. Yep, Matt Eberflus. Yep, handed the phone to Matt Eberflus. We know who it is. Why are we wasting so many people's time? I'm actually shocked how good Ryan Poles has been for the Bears. I'm thinking about last year's draft, thinking about last year's offseason, and this year's offseason, and now maybe this draft. They could turn around this franchise in 2 seasons. Like, that's a pretty darn good job they've done. And I didn't even like Darnell Wright pick last year, but he proved me wrong. Darnell Wright was actually pretty good. This is so annoying. Why do they take the full like this? It's not just the Bears. It's every single year. I remember when the Jaguars took Trevor Lawrence. There was absolutely no one who was number 2. There was no one that would even be in consideration for the number 1 overall pick. No one. And they still took literally the full 10 minutes. The Bears took 6 minutes. I'll give them that. They left 4 minutes on the clock. But I remember the gosh darn Jaguars that year. The full 10 minutes they took to take Trevor Lawrence. The pick is in. Come on. Big Raj, walk out and give me Caleb Williams to the Bears. Man. Oh, here we go.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
No duh. Right? No duh. No duh. I'm mad it took them this long. Good on Caleb Williams. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, it's always good to have a young quarterback in the franchise. Obviously, Justin Fields I still believed in, but Caleb Williams is just far, like, he's better. He's an elite thrower, elite runner when the pocket breaks down. He can fit any offense, can make any throw, whether it's in structure or out of structure, whether he has to make the play happen or the play's already being designed up. He's just that good. Good pocket presence as well, as I said. When the pocket collapses, he knows when to make the good throw. And when also to evade the pressure as well. He didn't test the combine, didn't need to. Obviously, I don't get the hate on him when it comes to off the field issue. Oh, he's hyped up, dude. He's hyped up. That is awesome. That is awesome. I mean, he had a perfect 158.3 rating when passing 20 plus yards downfield in the middle of the field with 6 touchdowns and 0 interceptions on 15 of 18 throwing. That's really what you want, is like downfield, attacking the middle of the field, over 20 plus yards. He was perfect. 158.3 passer rating, 15 of 18, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. Awesome. Exactly what you want in your franchise quarterback. He's great at finding the easy target when other guys struggle. You know, when it comes like going to your second, third, fourth, fifth read. Caleb Williams is really good at going through his progressions. Did not crumble under pressure. Stay consistent with 15 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, both under and not under pressure. He had 15 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, both when pressured and not pressured. If he gets put into a creative offense, he's going to succeed. I expect Shane Waldron, the new OC, to make that offense work. I think we could see a CJ Stroud type of season. I mean, you need a crafty, creative offensive coordinator like Bobby Slowick and now Shane Waldron. He's a great fit. He was 3rd in passing big plays as an offense, 4th in big plays rushing, 10th in passing touchdowns, and 8th in yards per reception with an aged Russ and Geno Smith. That's the last 3 years since he took over as OC from Schottenheimer. Shane Waldron has been a successful OC. Only reason he got ousted from Seattle is because it's a new regime with Mike McDaniel and Luke Grubbs. But yeah, in the last 3 years, 3rd in passing big plays, 4th in rushing big plays, 10th in passing touchdowns, 8th in yards per reception, with 2 older quarterbacks, not as good as Caleb Williams is coming in. That's going to be a good offense. My comp is a bigger and taller Kyler Murray, has the athleticism to get first downs, but has a massive big arm, goes through his progressions really well. You guys know I'm really big on Kyler Murray. I think Caleb Williams is a bigger and better Kyler Murray. So yeah, that's my comp. Is a bigger, better Kyler Murray day one. I'm excited. I'm excited to see him in a Shane Waldron offense, to be honest with you. That's like, I'm so excited because I love Shane Waldron as a play caller. I love him as a schemer as well. We saw with Kenneth Walker how good a run game could be. That's why now they have DeAndre Swift. They have Roshan Johnson. They have what's his name? Khalil Herbert as well. They have a really good rotation of running backs. They have good wide receivers in Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and then a bunch of guys after them. They're probably going to draft someone at number 9 or in the second round at wide receiver as well. I'm excited for what they could do this season with Caleb Williams at quarterback. Shane Waldron, cook Shane Waldron, and Ryan Poles, you're cooking, dude. Ryan Poles is cooking, man. And when Montez Sweat came over in that trade from the Commanders, that defense took a step forward because they had a primary number 1 pass rusher. Yeah. That is going to be a good offense. And if that defense can carry over from last year, the success post-Montez Sweat trade, that's going to be a good offense. And a good defense. Commanders are on the board. And they're already on the phone. Yes, Commanders. You're not making us wait. I love you. You're already on the phone. Nothing against Jaden Daniels. I think Drake May's a better fit. However, Jaden Daniels will be better at evading pressure than Drake May. And they're a horrid offensive line. Jaden Daniels will do better with immediately. And I like Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels is really good. But I think Drake May as a quarterback is better than Jaden Daniels year 1, right? But I guess you're always trying to get for the future. I think Jaden Daniels has a bigger future. But the offensive line, I worry about these mobile quarterbacks, man. When you don't have a good offensive line and you're just getting crumbled constantly, I worry about that. Man. Caleb Williams is loving the Bears. He's in the crowd taking pictures with fans, roaring, "Let's go Bears!" The pick is in, by the way, for the Commanders. Like, he is fully ingraining himself, which is awesome. I think that's absolutely awesome for your number 1 quarterback to already be like, "Let's go Bears!" Like, he came out of that tunnel screaming, cheering. Like, that's awesome. I love that type of energy. We'll see, though. The pick is in for the Commanders. Is it Drake May? Is it Jaden Daniels? Who is it going to be? Who is going to save Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin? I hope, dear God, it's hope. I hope it's someone that can save them. Because Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson are so good, and they're just not being utilized correctly. Hopefully their new OC, Cliff Kingsbury, can save them. The pick is in. Patriots are already on the clock, by the way. So they really want... So that's new. That must be new this year. That must be new, because it used to be you announce the pick. You say, the Chicago Bears have taken Caleb Williams. The Washington Commanders are now on the clock. They're already on the clock. That's got to be like brand new almost. That can't be something they've always done, because he always used to say the Commanders are now on the clock.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Whoa! Jaden beat him out! Oh, that's awesome. I love Jaden Daniels. I cannot believe he actually beat out Drake May in this process. He did it. Let's go. Yeah, no, Jaden Daniels, dual threat quarterback to the future. He's the best dual threat quarterback in this class. He beat out Drake May. Insanity. He can start right away. He can start week 1. Makes big time throws. Has a massive arm. Little turnover rate, even though he constantly makes these big plays happen. Wow. He had 22 touchdowns, 0 interceptions on 20 plus yards throws downfield. Throws over 20 yards. 22 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Yes, having Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors definitely helps. But he did have Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin. That basically washes out. It's the same wide receiver group. An average of 147 passer rating. Went over 20 plus yards. That would have led the league this year. Very mobile. He had 1,200 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns this past season. 700 scramble yards. 500 of them designed yards. He scrambled for 700 yards, and another 500 yards was designed. 1,200 rushing yards in 13 games. He can be a powerful dual-threat quarterback. He is the archetype to be one. He has a great arm, great rusher, day one. My comp is Russell Wilson early on in his career. I can't believe it. He beat out Drake May. Let's go. This is a guy that Arizona State, fun story, when he left Arizona State, they raided his locker calling him a traitor, saying all these negative things about him. Goes to LSU, wins the Heisman, is the number 2 pick in the draft. Wow. Let's go, Jaden Daniels. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I didn't think Jaden Daniels could do it. I think he could do it. He might be my new favorite quarterback in the league. Is this the first time, by the way, that number 1 and number 2 overall picks were not white people? I think it is. I'm trying to think of number 1 overall picks. Because Bryce Young. Oh, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. No duh. Wow. I genuinely think early years Russell Wilson, really good arm, can scramble when needed. Yeah, that's Russell Wilson. That's Jaden Daniels. The Patriots are on the clock, though. I'm so happy for Jaden Daniels, dude. I'm so happy. He's who I would have taken at quarterback if it wasn't Caleb Williams, by the way. I would have taken Jaden Daniels. He's better at evading pressure. He's better at, with not as good offensive lines, making plays happen. I just can't believe they actually did it. That's why I'm saying. Wow. Jesus, dude. So it's Drake May going to the Patriots, right? It's Drake May then? Yeah, Drake May's going number 3 to the Patriots. Because they're not trading down. Unless they go Marvin Harrison and trade up for J.J. McCarthy. Or they trade up for Drake May. It could be something crazy like that. Where they go Marvin Harrison Jr. and trade back up to number 4 and number 5 and grab either Drake May or J.J. McCarthy. Dude, I can't believe Jaden Daniels beat up Drake May. I mean, again, I would have also gone Jaden Daniels over Drake May. I'm just shocked they actually did it. That's it. I'm just shocked they actually did it. Heck yeah, man. Go Jaden Daniels. I'm excited to see what they do with the Patriots, man. They can go. There's the obvious way of just go Drake May and be good, or there's the more fun way, right? There's the more fun way that you go and you take Marvin Harrison Jr., trade back up to number 4 or number 5, and take the other quarterback. That's the fun way. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens.
Happening between Arizona and other teams, or they might stick and pick, but at least we're about to hear who the latest New England Patriot is.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
Yeah, okay. They went the boring route. Okay. I put my hands up. Whatever. I understand. Them going Drake May. Why is there such a bad delay? Yeah, I get it. Okay, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I apologize. I thought it'd be more fun if they went Marvin Harrison Jr. and then Drake May. Okay, but sitting and taking Drake May makes a lot of sense. He had a down season from last year, but when you lose your number one receiver in Josh Downs to the Indianapolis Colts, that makes sense. But yeah, that's super cool that they got Drake May. They would have gone Jaden Daniels probably no matter what. They would have gone a quarterback no matter what. But number 1, 2, and 3 being quarterback is being very popular in the last couple of years. But he comes more as a structured pocket passer in the NFL. Alex Van Pelt, the new OC, is gonna love a structured pocket passer. He's gonna thrive with tight windows. He can turn an okay offense into a good offense. The Patriots are an okay offense. He's gonna turn into a pretty good offense. Had good wide receivers, but never did anything significant with them. I do agree. Josh Downs, Tez Walker, Bryson Nesbitt. I like that wide receiver core, but obviously losing Josh Downs to the draft last year doesn't help. Needs to get better at looking off reads. I've been saying he kind of he knows what his number one read in the progression is, and he just stares at them, right? Just stares at them. And I'm not the biggest fan of that, but Drake May is still a good prospect. He doesn't excel at anything necessarily, but he's good or great all across the field when it comes to passing. Under pressure, he does drop accuracy, which could be a problem if he ends up in Washington. Didn't end up in Washington, ended up into the Patriots, who have a pretty darn good offensive line. It's a pretty darn good offensive line they've got in New England, so I don't expect anything bad for that. I expect the quarterback to be upright, pressure going good, very capable of making big plays happen. He had 400 scramble yards and 9 rushing touchdowns last season. Surprisingly, his offense was not very modern, but he still performed, which may have kind of contributed to his dip in production from last year, from dropping from 34 touchdowns to 24. Honestly, making great strides if Cliff Kingsbury's his OC. Obviously, it's Alex Van Pelt. I like that fit. I like that fit for the Patriots. I didn't think Drake May would be available at number 3. I always had Drake May going number 2. And Jaden Daniels and JJ McCarthy, JJ's a better fit. But Drake May and JJ, Drake's a better fit and the better player. Whoop, didn't mean to click whatever button I just clicked. There we go. But yeah, need to get better at looking off receivers is my number one thing for Drake May. My comp is Jared Goff. And Jared Goff has gone to a Super Bowl and led very successful offenses. I expect Drake May to hopefully have that kind of impact, right? That's awesome for him, man. The Cardinals are up next. They're going Marvin Harrison Jr. They're going Marvin Harrison Jr. There's no way they don't go Marvin Harrison Jr. If they don't go Marvin Harrison Jr., they're idiots. Wow, so I mean the 3 quarterbacks went, right? The 3 quarterbacks everyone expected to go went. Just in a different order than I think most people would expect. The last 2 or 3 days has been Drake May going at 3 and Jaden Daniels going at 2. I didn't believe it. I still had Drake May going at 2 in my latest mock draft and Jaden going later. Wow. Good on them, man. I'm excited. That's really good 1, 2, 3. And Cardinals, the pick is already in. I love you. I love you, Cardinals. You just send in that Marvin Harrison Jr. and you run with it. Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr. will feed families. Will feed families. God, dude. I cannot wait for the Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr. connection this upcoming season. It's going to be amazing. And the white quarterback legacy of the New England Patriots carries on. It carries on. That's what I'm excited about. Tom Brady to Mac Jones to Drake May. They all look like they could all be family. They could all be cousins or brothers or sons or whatever. Oh, here comes Roger with Arizona Cardinals pick. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. It's Marvin Harrison Jr.
He's about to come out here and announce what the Cardinals decided to do by sticking and picking while the Chargers are already a minute and a half into their clock.
With the fourth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Yeah! Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr. will feed families! Oh my god, that's awesome, dude. That is awesome. That is awesome. As obviously, I would love Marvin Harrison Jr. to go into the Colts, but there was just no way. There was just no way that was going to happen. I love Marvin Harrison Jr. Best wide receiver prospect in years. Best route runner. Elite in contested catch situations. Best hands. Might be best pure prospect in class. He uses his hands to create openings that other wide receivers couldn't. My comp has always been AJ Green. I think that's a pretty good comp to have. AJ Green was a top 5 wide receiver for the entirety of his Bengals career. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. can be that type of wide receiver 1 for the Cardinals day 1. Great red zone threat. He had 4 touchdowns, 229 yards in the middle of the field, 10 to 15 yards, mostly in the red zone. 20 plus yards downfield. He caught 15 of 24 balls, 5 touchdowns, 600 yards. That's elite. Doesn't rely on just one talent either. He uses his whole bag of size, speed, route running, agility, football IQ to not only get open, but stay open and make a big play. Wow, I can't believe the Cardinals actually got him, dude. Finds a soft spot in zones. You can watch the Youngstown State game to see what I talk about when I say finds a soft spot in soft zones. If you do not double team him, he will find an opening and take advantage of it. Good on the Cardinals, man. Wow. They sat and still got Marvin Harrison Jr. They got Paris Johnson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray. What a good offense, dude. I'm shocked how good of a game. I mean, not how good of a game. How good of a draft pick that is. That's his dad, I believe. I believe that's Marvin Harrison right there. Heck yeah, dude. So yeah, pick 5. The Chargers have been rumored the entirety of the draft season to go trade. So we'll see what happens if he does actually trade. If they trade out of number 5. I'd be shocked with Malik Neighbors on the board if they do trade out of number 5. I think they'd rather go Malik Neighbors and just settle it. But cool, we got Malik Neighbors. Let's run it back. You know what I mean? Let's see if the Commanders... I mean, not the Commanders. Let's see if the Chargers take up the full 10 minutes. I'd be shocked if they do. I think they go wide receiver, man. I think they got to go Malik Neighbors. Oh my god, they actually showed the Youngstown State game. Like, the exact play that I did when I was watching film. Marvin Harrison. They showed that game. Boom, right there. Finds a soft spot in the contested cover. Wow, that's amazing. They showed the exact thing that I was talking about when I was saying finds a soft spot with good hands. They showed the exact play that I was thinking of when I wrote that in my draft grade for him. But yeah, it should be Malik Neighbors. Right here should be Malik Neighbors. We'll see. We'll see what Jim Harbaugh does. Does he go offensive line to protect Justin Herbert? Does he go wide receiver to replace Keenan Allen and Mike Williams that they lost? We'll see. We'll see. Bro, I don't care about these commercials. Let's just keep it going. Come on. I just keep it going. It's a pretty good commercial. If I had the noise on for that Nationwide commercial, I probably would have laughed more. That Peyton Manning is a pretty. He's turned into one of my favorite like football guys turned like media head. He's definitely one of my favorite. Why the Chargers have to be talking to teams that trade down, right? I mean, I'd be shocked if someone trades up to number 5 for JJ, but maybe like the Vikings are that desperate that they're like, what if the Raiders are calling? What if the Saints are calling? What if Seattle is calling? What if, what if the Rams are calling? What if other teams are calling up? We gotta trade up, but to 5 would be a little insane in my opinion. They're 8 minutes in. They still haven't chosen though. It's possible. It's possible they do trade out of it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't have traded out. I would stick it as take Malik Neighbors and be cool with it. I mean, maybe that's the dialogue. Maybe they have an offer on the table. And like, hey, do we take Joe Alt or Olu Fashanu? Do we take Malik Neighbors? Do we take Brock Bowers? Like, what do we do, guys? What do we do? If I'm the Chargers, I'm trading back with the Vikings, though. If they're offering me 11 and 23, I'm slipping back happily. There we go. Pick is in. The pick is in. Let's end these commercials now, please. There's nothing to talk about. That's the thing. I wish I could keep talking, but there's nothing to talk about. It was 8 commercials in a row, and none of them were about football. Built by Lowe's. Hey, Lowe's. Hey, Lowe's. Hey. That's my day job, in case you guys didn't know. I'm a manager at Lowe's. Chargers draft room. That is an ugly draft room. Holy. That is an ugly draft room. Man, when you look at the Rams and you look at the Chargers, they're both in LA, but that is an ugly draft room. The Rams are up at a $16.5 million mansion, and the Chargers are in some hotel conference off room. What the heck, bro? That was an ugly draft room. They've got to go Malik Neighbors, right? It's got to be Malik Neighbors. Or it's a trade back. Oh, it's not a trade back. It's got to be Malik Neighbors. Maybe Joe Alt, right? Maybe it's one of the offensive linemen. But I just don't see them not grabbing a wide receiver with how big of a hole they have at wide receiver. There's no way. Here he comes. I'm gonna eat a Reese's, by the way.
Championship college team in Michigan is about to make his first choice as a Chargers HC.
I see what you did.
Thank you, brother.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Okay, I like that pick. I like that pick. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like that pick. You grab your tackle, you have Rashawn Slater, you have Joe Alt. You're now solidified for the next 7 to 10 years at tackle. If you can keep Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt at tackle, you're good. You're good for literally until hopefully they both retire. Wow, that I understand. Like I probably would have gone wide receiver, but in my like up until this last mock draft, I went Joe Alt every time because I think I agree with them. They need a tackle. They need to solidify the run game. They need to not have the 7th round draft pick from a few years ago. What's his name? Jamari Salyer. Jamari Salyer can no longer be the starting tackle. You know what I mean? Like there's no way. There's no way. But Joe Alt, I am lower on Alt than others. I still think Olu Fashanu is my number 1 tackle. But Joe Alt, congratulations. That's awesome. I live in South Bend, so I love seeing Notre Dame guys get drafted. Doesn't have a deficiency in his game. Would be consensus O-line number 1 in most years. Obviously, they have him as O-line number 1. Good on them. He uses his footwork to gain advantage on bendy guys. Can play either tackle spot. Has shot to be a Pro Bowler year 1. Kind of like Rashawn Slater was a few years ago. They might have drafted 2 back-to-back all-pro rookie tackles, which would be awesome, right? That'd be awesome. Very powerful base for a tackle. He had an 86 run blocking grade and a 91 pass blocking grade, both top 3 at tackle per PFF. He allowed 3 sacks and 4 hits in 3 years at Notre Dame. Really good stats for a tackle. Uses his frame to get underneath rushers' pads and literally lift them off the ground or push them so far back they can't even impact the play. That's a good pick. I like the Joe Alt pick. To me, the Giants now grab Malik Neighbors. I'm really gonna go to my draft grades for Malik Neighbors right now. I don't see him not going Malik Neighbors now, right? Like, they need a wide receiver 1. You can't have Darius Slayton as your wide receiver 1 anymore. You can't do it, right? You have Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt, Darren Waller. We don't know if he's retired yet, but he's definitely is. That's the issue. Is that we don't know if he's retired or not. They're already on the. Yeah, they already call Malik Neighbors. There's no way it's not Malik Neighbors. If they go JJ McCarthy over Malik Neighbors, fire everyone. Fire everyone. You know what I mean? You need Malik Neighbors badly. You need a focal point of this offense. Oh, I forgot how big of a deal Brian Burns signed. I completely forgot he signed that massive 5 for 150 deal. The Giants pick is in. It's got to be Malik. Right? Like, they waited. They literally waited to hear who they went at number 5 to send in number 6. They could have sent it in 3 minutes ago, but they wanted to wait. Because if they would have gone Malik Neighbors, I think they would have waited and they would have maybe traded back. But they're definitely going Malik Neighbors. There's no way they don't. There's no way they don't go Malik Neighbors. You need to get your offense more potent. They were bottom 4, I think bottom 3 in points per game. Your secondary played really well last year. You've got to play better offense, right? Like Evan Neal hasn't really worked out. You just got to, man. You gotta go Malik Neighbors. You gotta get a threat for this offense. You lost Saquon in free agency to the Eagles. You gotta get Malik Neighbors, get back a powerful number 1 wide receiver. All right, here he comes. Come on, it's got to be Malik Neighbors, right? It's got to be Malik Neighbors.
New York Giants do. What a huge inflection point in tonight's draft. This moment is.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Not shocked at all. That's a great pick for them. Malik Neighbors, any other year would be a wide receiver 1 in the draft class. The only reason he's not wide receiver 1 is because Marvin Harrison Jr. is in this draft class. Only reason he didn't go number 1 as a wide receiver. Best route running technician in the draft. I think he runs the crispest routes. He runs the most amount of routes as well. I don't see Malik Neighbors not being the best route runner year 1 out of this draft class. He can move all over the wide receiver position, whether it's X, Y, Z. Heck, he can even run out of the backfield if need be. Game-breaking speed, not the best deep threat pure, not the fastest guy pure, but when it comes to just like skill, when it comes to using his speed correctly, it's absolutely Malik Neighbors. He has game-breaking speed like that. Uses his strength to break tackles effectively. My comp was Jamar Chase for Malik Neighbors. I just think that makes the most sense. Both great size, use their power to break tackles, are always open. Malik Neighbors, 23% of his targets came deep, while 40% came below 10 yards. So it's very effective. Not only is he a deep threat, but he can also be a possession guy, beyond just being like, go run far, right? He's a possession guy and has that deep threat speed. 12 of 13 games, he had 87 yards or more. His final 5 games of his season had 122 yards or more. The least amount of yards in his final 5 games was 122. Insane. He went on a dominant stretch the last 5 weeks of the season. Just consistent dominance. He seems to always be open. That's why I feel Jamar Chase is a really good comp. The way they're always open. Use their strength to break tackles. He waits till the last second to track the ball as well, making defenders have to hold on to him the entire route. So it'll be running. Ball's right here. Just turns his head to catch it. He doesn't follow it. Makes the defender give the defender a lot of time to try and make up that coverage. He waits to the very last possible second to boom, catch the ball. That's exactly what you want to do as a wide receiver. I mean, if you really want to see dominance, look at the Florida Gators game. It took 4 or 5 defenders to take him down. He used his strength to break tackles, to maintain his balance, to maintain dominance. Malik Neighbors is most years will be wide receiver 1, but only because Marvin Harrison Jr. is before him. He's going at number 2 at wide receiver. He's very good. He's a very good receiver. And that's super cool. Inside of his jacket, he has all the memories of him on the field. That's super cool. Man, Tennessee, what are they going to do now? Roma Dunzee's an option. Pair him with Traylon Burks. Get Will Levis a little bit more help. Because I feel like Will Levis deserves a chance to start an entire season, right? He deserves a chance to start an entire season at quarterback. He showed flashes last year. He's only a 3rd round pick, so he's really dirt cheap for a quarterback pay. I don't know. I feel like you just got to give him that opportunity to really make plays at quarterback. Man, this draft is really interesting. You get Jaden Daniels over Drake May, which I basically agree with. You get Joe Alt at 5 to solidify the offensive line tackle position for hopefully the next 7, 8, 9 years. Keep Justin Herbert healthy. That's the goal. Keep your franchise quarterback healthy. Keep him healthy. And keeping him upright and pocket clean is how you keep him healthy. Tennessee Titans pick is in. Roma Dunzee, Olu Fashanu. They shouldn't run the ball as much as you think anymore. So Talisi Fuaga is not the guy I would go with. I would go Olu Fashanu before Talisi Fuaga. I really feel that this is going to be Roma Dunzee, though. To me, it just makes most sense to grab Roma Dunzee. You pair him up with Traylon Burks. You now have 2 young wide receivers for Will Levis to throw the ball to. You have Chiggs Okonkwo, who's shown flashes as well. You now have Brian Callahan, who we've seen with good wide receivers can make magic happen. Just lean into it. You know what I mean? Just lean into getting the really good wide receivers. Let's see. What is the first pick in the new GM and head coach's career? I think Brian Callahan. I think they do good in Tennessee. You get Tony Pollard, so it's a new era, right? No Derrick Henry, no Ryan Tannehill. You have Calvin Ridley, Traylon Burks, Tony Pollard. I imagine you go wide receivers still. Get 3 really good wide receivers. Again, we saw... Oh, DeAndre Hopkins is still on the team, isn't he? I just figured he got cut. Oh, he is. So maybe you don't go wide receiver. Maybe this is Olu Fashanu. Maybe they do go tackle. I mean, I figured that they would take Joe Alt here, and Joe Alt wouldn't have gone at 5. But Olu Fashanu, Talisi Fuaga, those are still really good options right here. Let's see. Pick is in. They're about to announce it.
To find out who the Titans are going to take 7th overall, while the Falcons are almost halfway through their allotted time on the clock at 8. Here's the commissioner with the latest pick of this Detroit draft.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Well, we had tackles.
What? Alright. See what I mean? See what I mean, man? You can't prepare for the NFL draft. Wow. J.C. Latham over Talisi Fuaga, Olu Fashanu. Wow. I mean, he has a more than ready NFL body. He's 6'6", 360. He could be a Pro Bowl right tackle immediately in a zone run scheme. That's probably the scheme that they're going to be running in Tennessee, knowing Brian Callahan. Might be the best run blocker, not named Talisi Fuaga. Has traits to move the left tackle. He probably will stay right tackle in Tennessee, but he could move the left tackle for him. Wow. I can't believe he actually went before Talisi Fuaga and Olu Fashanu. I mean, he took a step back across the board. There we go. He does a Christian Wilkins lift of Roger Goodell. He took a step back across the board, but still an elite tackle prospect. He has 78 run blocking, 83 pass blocking grade in PFF grades, but he's still a really good tackle when it comes to run blocking. 1 sack, 2 hits this season. Has been known to be lifted off his feet against power rushers to attack his chest. There's a couple of times this year that when the bull rushers get into his frame, they've been able to push him up off his feet. But Still a really good tackle. 6'6", 340, something that you definitely can't teach. Good run blocker, good pass blocker. Just other options that I think were better. But, yeah. I mean, it's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick. It's not who I would have gone. We're good on the Titans, man. I just, that's shocking to me. That's shocking they went J.C. Latham over other options. They're showing last year highlights because he had to step down. That's literally what they're doing. They're showing Bryce Young highlights. There we go. There's a Jalen Milroe highlight. Jalen Milroe next year. Yeah, Jalen Milroe will be a top quarterback next year too. Good for J.C. Latham, dude. Yeah, I mean, he'll probably play right tackle for them. There's no doubt in my mind that he plays right tackle for the Tennessee Titans. I can't think of who their tackles are right now. The Titans. Because it used to be Taylor Lewan at left tackle. Obviously, he's no longer there. Let's see. Who's Tennessee's right tackle? Nicholas Petit-Frere. That's who it is. I imagine Nicholas Petit-Frere is... well, he might start. He was okay at right tackle. So maybe he does play left tackle for them, year one. He might move to left tackle. They must really like his athleticism. I mean, again, I like J.C. Latham. He's not a bad player. I want to make sure it's noted. He's not a bad player. I just like Olufashinu and Talisi Fuaga over him. I think they performed more consistently. But, yeah, I'm excited for J.C. Latham in Tennessee. Falcons pick is in. This is Dallas Turner right here. It's Dallas Turner. They could go offensive line, maybe. Maybe they want to prepare for the future without Jake Matthews at left tackle. But the interior of the offensive line is solid. Why is there so much noise outside? Dang, why is there someone's making a lot of noise outside, man? Yeah, I think the Falcons go Dallas Turner. They need defensive help. They really need help at defense. Like, badly. Badly need help at defense. We'll see what happens. Here he comes.
Hats tip to Ian. Ian said this hours ago.
Yeah,
He brought this
he
up.
set it up as a
If
possibility.
this is the way this goes,
Okay.
really gonna do this?
And whatever happened to the edge rusher? I thought that's where we were going with Atlanta.
Here we go.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Well, there it is.
Right.
That is the first surprise of the NFL draft. What? What?
He's gonna be 24 years old his rookie year. He's gonna be 24. He didn't start producing until his 6th season. His freshman season was 2018. I was a junior in high school when he went into his first year of college. I was a junior in high school. I'm 22 years old now. He struggles with pocket presence. He can throw a deep ball, sure, but still inconsistent. He's getting a year or two of development even at 24 years old. He has trouble throwing a cross body. He threw 4 interceptions this past year, throwing 10 plus yards downfield, cross body. He had 3 touchdowns with 3 interceptions, cross body, 20 plus yards downfield. He only became a good player once he joined Luke Grubb's offense, which was a run-heavy offense. He had 11 touchdowns and 0 interceptions when in play action and motion receivers, 21 touchdowns, 8 interceptions when no motion receivers. He threw 62% of his touchdown throws when he was not pressured. 21% of his interceptions were clean pockets. That jumped to 50% when he was pressured. He struggles when pressure is applied. He needs a clean pocket. Now, yes, Atlanta has a good offensive line. My comp for him was a bigger arm Titans version of Ryan Tannehill. That was my comp for him. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can be a GM. I could be a GM in the NFL. They went Michael Penix at 8. At 8! You could have got him at 80. Okay, not at 80. I'll stop over exaggerating. You could have got him at 25. At 30. 8? Wow. Wow. I could be an NFL GM. I could do it. I for sure know I could be an NFL GM now. I have no words. I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe that just happened. They went Michael Penix. He's 24 years old. He's not going to play for 2-3 years. He'll be 27. You have other needs, Atlanta. You need a pass rusher. You have no one who can rush the passer. Do the Bears go Roma Dunze then? Do they go? I might go Dallas Turner from the Bears. Dallas Turner or Jared Verse. I might go pass rusher. Roma Dunze or a pass rusher. Holy gosh darn crap, Batman. They went Michael Penix at 8?
Their second pick of the night, and it's just the 9th overall pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Yep. That's a good pick. That is a very good pick if you're a Bears fan. I'm still awestruck from Michael Penix. Awestruck. Rome Odunze was the best pure deep threat in 2023. He leverages his size with his jump ball dominance to where he's not just a 50-50 ball guy, but just a good deep threat wide receiver. He would be wide receiver 1 in a lot of draft years. He's wide receiver 3. That's how good this wide receiver class is. He can run any route you ask. He's elusive in open space. I kind of like this, but he doesn't fight for the extra yards when he's wrapped up. I'm a fan of that. A lot of people don't like that. I'm actually a fan of it. I like when my wide receivers care more about their health rather than trying to fight for an extra yard or two. Like, I need you healthy for the next play. Rome Odunze plays for his body. Kind of like Tyler Lockett, which I really like. My comp is a skinny DK Metcalf. He's dominant, but he's not super, bulky, but he plays just like DK Metcalf. He uses his size and his hands to make plays other guys in the class just can't make. He led college football in yards across the middle of the field, 20-plus yard downfield, but not in touchdowns. So Kind of like that Julio Jones aspect where he'll get a lot of yards, but he's not gonna get a lot of touchdowns, right? Again, middle of the field, 20 plus yards downfield. He led the league in yards, like the college football in yards. He has a clean release. Truly doesn't break tackles at a rate you'd like a 6'3", 215 wide receiver to do, but that's not his game. That's not his game, right? He is a possession guy, not a body guy where he's going to dominate you physically. He might be a top 5 wide receiver year one and faking corners out when they shade him to man coverage. The way he can maneuver his body, like usually when you're a wide receiver, you have tells, right? If you're holding on to a receiver, there are tells when you start to shift your body. Roman Dunty doesn't show that. He literally, boom, then goes. Like, it's amazing how Roman Dunty does his body. The Vikings trade to number 10, by the way, with the New York Jets. So they trade up 1 overall pick, probably to beat out. Like, this is JJ McCarthy. This is JJ McCarthy right here going at number 10. I'm going to guess they called the Jets and the Bears to trade up. Denver, the Raiders, and the Saints probably all called number 10. The Jets and the Vikings had to trade up to number 10 to get this pick. And they didn't give up number 23. They didn't give up number 23. They still have number 23. That's good. They trade up in 1 spot, probably gave up a 3rd and maybe a 4th, right? Probably a 3rd this year and a 4th next year to move up 1 spot. I still can't believe Michael Penix went at 8. Insanity. Insanity. What is going on, dude? It sounds like fireworks. So they gave up a 6th round pick. Oh no. The Jets gave the Vikings traded 11, 129, and 157. So a 1st, a 4th, and a 5th to move up 1 spot, and they got a 6th round pick back. So they gave up a 4th and slide back a round to move up 1 pick. That's good. They're going JJ. They're going JJ. It's not even a question. They're going JJ McCarthy. If they go Bo Nix, I'm killing myself. If they go Bo Nix. There's no way they go Bo Nix over JJ McCarthy, right? There's no way. There's no way. At that point, Jim Harbaugh might trade up into the 1st round and grab JJ McCarthy. I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. I can't believe Michael Penix Jr. went above JJ McCarthy, and he went to the Falcons, who just signed Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix are the same age. They're the same age. What are we doing? Oh my god, dude. I can't believe it. Am I overreacting? Am I the only one that thinks that's crazy? I might be the only one that thinks that's crazy, guys. I might be the only one. So let me tone down my reaction. I might be the only one who thinks that's crazy what has happened. I want to see what Twitter world is saying about Michael Penix going to 8. I can't believe it. Michael Penix at 8 after paying Cousins. What are you doing? Yep, I agree. I agree. I'm even going to type in Penix. I want to read exactly what everyone's saying about Michael Penix. His face when I broke the Penix news. The Atlanta Falcons have selected Michael Penix. That's crazy. Mel Kiper. The Falcons drafted Michael Penix after they gave Kirk Cousins $180 million. Is the Joker meme with him lighting the money on fire. Kirk Cousins tampered, and now the Falcons are going with Penix. Michael Penix at 8 to the Falcons is one of the craziest draft choices in NFL history. yeah, it is. Him and Cousins are the same age. I said that. The whole point of drafting a quarterback in the draft is to draft someone who's younger than the quarterback you already have. They're the same age. They're not. They went to high school together. What are we doing? They went to high school together. Insanity, dude. I can't believe it. I could be an NFL GM. I'm just shocked, dude. I literally have no words. I have no words. This has to be JJ McCarthy, though. All right. The pick is in for the Vikings. It's been in the entire commercial break. Let's see what happens.
On Saturday for the right to move up one spot. And we are assuming it is to take J.J. McCarthy, because Michael Penix was selected by the Falcons about 20 minutes ago. Here's the commissioner to make it official.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, obviously. I can't believe J.J. McCarthy went after Michael Penix. I'm disgusted. I'm betrayed. I can't wait for J.J. to win a Super Bowl with the Vikings while Michael Penix goes into his retirement home in 2 years. In my opinion, he's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the class. Great footwork. He's never not moving his feet, which is always good. He has a great frame. His pocket presence definitely needs some help. I wish he could maneuver out of the pocket a little bit more. He's gonna fit best with time throws and open receivers. He's throwing to Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. You can't ask for better than that, right? Like, you can't ask better for that. I've been higher on him longer than most people. This entire draft process, I've said he's a top 10 draft pick, and obviously goes at 10. He needs a structured offense that can offer checkdowns. He won't be great right away at making something that happen out of nothing. I still believe that. I think the Vikings need to get a better run game. They obviously have Aaron Jones, so it should be better immediately. Aaron Jones is also a great checkdown threat. On top of all that, they also have TJ Hawkinson, who's another great checkdown threat. So I like that part of his game and what he's about to walk into in Minnesota. He has a great deep ball. He has an average of 132 passer rating when it's 10 to 20 yards downfield. He's the prototypical play-action quarterback with a good arm. 42% of his pressure attempts are interceptions. Needs a good O-line year one. You have Brian O'Neill. You have Christian Darrisaw. Your tackles are fine. The interior could use a little bit more help, but they definitely have not had a bad offensive line the last 2 years. My comp is Joe Flacco. And in my opinion, you can win a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco. I mean, he's already won 1 Super Bowl, Joe Flacco did. He almost had the Browns to another one this past season. Honestly, guys, I'm joking. But I think Joe Flacco's a good comparison for JJ McCarthy. They're saying CJ Stroud? What? Yo, what are they cooking, bro? They're saying JJ McCarthy is CJ Stroud. No, he's not. No, he's a Joe Flacco. CJ Stroud is he's making... Oh, I'm not gonna get into this. I can't get into this. I can't get into this. Oh my god. What are they... I could be on NFL Network, dude. They just make up these random comparisons. JJ McCarthy, his best comp is Joe Flacco. Off the run, really good passer, not the best arm, but a good arm, who is not afraid to throw a ball when needed. Yo, what are they cooking? What are they cooking at NFL Network, dude? What are they cooking? I want to know, because I want to join. They put JJ McCarthy's comp as CJ Stroud. Okay. I gotta stop. But yeah, JJ McCarthy to the Vikings, I really like that. You have Aaron Jones and TJ Hawkinson, great check down threats. And then you obviously have Justin Jefferson, the best wide receiver in the league. Now will sign his extension knowing he has JJ McCarthy. And then you also have Jordan Addison, who you drafted last year, who's a really good wide receiver too. He's a wide receiver 1 playing wide receiver 2. That's how good he is. The Jets got to go a tackle, right? It's got to be that or Brock Bowers. I think Brock Bowers could be an interesting pick as well at number 11. I'd still go tackle, though. I would still go tackle if I'm them. Here he comes. I really do think the Jets are going to go tackle. Brock Bowers could be the pick as well, but I think it's going to be Olu Fashanu. Olu Fashanu is my pick.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Yes! Olu Fashanu! Let's go. I'm so happy. Olu Fashanu is one of my favorite prospects of this class. He would have been my number 1 tackle last year. I would have had him number 1 last year, guys. Over Paris Johnson. I would have had Olu Fashanu last year. He is a dominant left tackle. Amazing pass protector. Still a good run blocker as well, but is a dominant pass blocker. I'm going to even go to my grades on him. He's my guy. Best pass blocker, period, in the class. Can only improve at run blocking from here. He's still a good run blocker, but his floor is so high, the ceiling is the moon. Powerful and athletic. My tackle 1 last year, even with Paris Johnson on the board, has improved every year and still has room to go. He had an 88 PFF grade at pass blocking, which is the best in this class this past year. Hasn't allowed a sack all 3 years of his career. No sacks allowed. Still a positive run blocker at 70 PFF. But again, if he can get his run blocking even to like above average, let's say at 78, 79, and he maintains his pass blocking, he'll be one of the best tackles in the NFL year 1. I love Olu Fashanu. I love him. And I'm telling you, the Vikings had to trade up because the Denver Broncos, the Raiders, the Saints, and the Seahawks probably all called at number 10 asking about the Jets with JJ McCarthy, knowing the Vikings were at 11. So the Vikings had to trade up. They still get Olu Fashanu. Awesome. Awesome. What a great freaking... Oh my gosh. Let's put that away. I'm excited, man. Olu Fashanu with Aaron Rodgers is a great duo for your passing game. Hey, and Olu Fashanu, I mean, obviously J.C. Latham won it before him. Olu Fashanu was my #1 tackle, went in the top 3. Talisi Fuaga is going to go here soon as well. I fully believe that if he's there at the Saints take him. There's no way the Saints don't take him if he's available at 14. At 14, I don't know why I said it like that, 14. Whoa, 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 whoa. I think they go pass rusher. Tackle's an option. They could go Talisi Fuaga. But I think Dallas Turner or Jared Verse makes a lot of sense here. Dude, all these I understand honestly having commercials because you gotta make money, and like selling commercials is how you make a lot of money. But like sell commercials that make sense to what the main advertisement is, right? Like I don't care about most of these commercials. But at number 12, the Denver Broncos. I think pass rusher has to be on the board. You don't have Bradley Chubb. Right? Like, you don't have any of your pass rushers that you've had in the last couple of years. It's got to be Jared Verse. It's got to be Dallas Turner. I'd probably lean Dallas Turner over Jared Verse right now. For sure. That's who I would lean. But the Broncos got to turn this team around, right? Like, you got Sean Payton. I think your defense needs more help. Especially your pass rush, right? Patrick Surtain is holding down your corner room. You've got to make the playoffs. Your goal has to be to make the playoffs. You don't really have a quarterback, but Bo Nix is not it at number 12. If they go Bo Nix, I'll kill myself. Wow, they're the first team in NFL history to miss the playoffs in 8 straight years after winning a Super Bowl. That is a very long drought. You haven't made the playoffs in 8 years, and the last time you did make the playoffs, you won a Super Bowl. That's crazy. Are they going Brock Bowers? They were showing tight end stats. I don't know. Again, they have other issues besides tight end. I feel like tight end in the first round is a luxury pick. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a luxury pick. I do. If I'm the Broncos, I'm going defense. I'm going freaking Dallas Turner or Jared Verse. Offensive line, I don't think you go offensive line here. You have the former right tackle of the 49ers. What's his name? You have Garrett Bowles and him. Mike McGlinchey. You have Mike McGlinchey. You have Garrett Bowles. You have a solid interior with Quinn Miners, Calvin Throckmorton. Like, you have a solid interior offensive line. I don't think you go Brock Bowers. You got to go defense here. You've got to go defense. I don't think you go corner. You could go interior defensive tackle as well. D tackle is on the board. But I think you got to go edge before you go D tackle. You've got to solve your edge issue. You've got to solve it. You just have to. Let's see.
2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select
I gotta walk away. Oh my god! 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 6 QBs in the first 12? Oh my god, you took Bo Nix and Michael Penix in the top 12? Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. I can be a GM in the NFL! I can do it! Oh my god, what are they cooking, dude? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, I can't do it. 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 Oh my god. They took Bo Nix and Michael Penix in the top 12. I mean, I'll talk about it. I don't get the top 3 hype. I don't get the hype at all. 24 years old. He had 60 college games. That's crazy. He needed every single game to prove his worth. He did develop every year, but it took him 6 years to develop. He's best when working in the middle of the field. He had 16 touchdowns, 1 interception, 142 passer rating when passing in the middle of the field. He, for example, Dak Prescott led the NFL in touchdowns and in the middle of the field touchdowns. He had 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Bo Nix worked in the middle of the field better. He threw well under pressure, throwing 0 interceptions when blitz and pressured. Can play in heavy motion scheme like Buffalo or non-heavy like Baltimore. My final comp is Dak Prescott's. What, do the Raiders go Spencer Rattler? Like, do the Raiders go Spencer Rattler? Is that what we're going to do here? Are we just going to go every quarterback in the first 13 picks? What a joke. What a joke of a draft, dude. This is a joke. This is a joke. How? I can't believe it. Dude, Spencer Rattler might go in the second round. Spencer Rattler might go in the second round. I can't believe it, dude.
One side of the ball in succession at any point in any draft. So there's a lot on the line here.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
They just took Michael Mayer in the second round last year. I mean, again, I like Brock Bowers. I think that's a good scheme fit. I do. I think it's a good scheme fit. I'm going to go to my Brock Bowers grades. Brock Bowers. He's the best tight end, but I like Michael Mayer, though. So unless they plan on running a lot of, like, 12 personnel, well, I guess it'd be 13 personnel. No, it'd be 12 personnel. 2 tight ends, 1 back. Unless they're really thinking about running that type of an offense, which is it can work. I like Michael Mayer. This is the best tight end in the class. Excellent run blocker. Oh, excuse me. Excellent receiver. He's going to come in and compete for a Pro Bowl. Now, in the AFC, not going to happen. If he went to the NFC, he would compete for a Pro Bowl. He led college football in yak ability. He might lead non-quarterbacks in Offensive Rookie of the Year voting, but 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. He ain't winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. My comp was George Kittle, and I did have a top 15 grade on him, pick 13. Excellent possession receiver with trustworthy hands. He's an inline and a seam threat. Didn't see much outside the number success. He's definitely more of a middle of the field attacker guy, which does work. 400 of his 600 yards were in the middle of the field. He's a very good run blocker and pass blocker. 43% of his snaps are blocking, with 180 of them being run blocking, letting up no TFLs, pressures, or sacks this past season. Good run blocker and a good pass blocker. That's all you need. You know what I mean? Like I like Michael Mayer. You spent a second round pick on him last year. I really like Michael Mayer. But maybe they could use Brock Bowers more as a receiver. I don't know. That's interesting. We'll have to see what they do. But Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers together in Las Vegas will definitely be good. I texted my brother, Bo Nix and Penix in top 12. WTF. That is a joke, dude. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. See, I didn't think Michael Penix was gonna go at 8. Once Michael Penix went at 8, in the back of my mind, I'm like, is Bo Nix gonna go at 10? He didn't go at 10. So I'm like, okay, Broncos probably won't go quarterback then. There's no way they go quarterback. That's why the Bo Nix one hit me so much harder than Michael Penix. Because I thought Penix could go in the first round towards the end of the first round. I never had Bo Nix as a first round grade. Never. Like, I always had Michael Penix as a possibility at quarterback in the first round. Every time. I never had Bo Nix as a first round graded guy, though. I don't have anything to say besides what the heck. That's all I had to say. Like, Michael Penix and Bo Nix needed 6 years in college football. Multiple teams. They're 24 years old. At least Bo Nix should start day 1 for the Broncos, right? Bo Nix should start day 1 for the Broncos. Michael Penix is not starting day 1. He's just not. He's not starting day 1. And he went at 8 to a team that needed defense. And they double dipped at quarterback, signing Kirk Cousins to a massive deal. And then I don't know, man. I'm trying to make sense of it in my head. It doesn't make sense. I'm gonna guess the Saints are listed in the trade offers right now. That's gonna be my guess. There's no other reason why they'd be sitting so long. Just chilling. Everyone's just kind of chilling there. Oh, Chase Young signed a deal with the Saints. I didn't know that. 1 year, $13 million with the Saints. Good for him. I think tackle's on the board. They could go corner. Corner is also available. I don't think they go edge rusher, right? I don't think edge rusher is the play here. Has Peyton Turner even done anything? Maybe they do go pass rusher. I have not heard Peyton Turner's name ever. I think tackle because Trevor Penning's been awful. That's a bust. Like, Trevor Penning is a bust. That's why I think tackle could be on the board. Especially with Ryan Ramczyk, we don't know if he's going to play football ever again. They could go tackle. Give himself an option at left or right tackle. Grab Talisi Fuaga. The people behind, like, whenever, like, we have, like, a panel out in front of crowds, the people in the crowd that try and mess with the people inside the room are so annoying. Like, there's some drunk guy humping the air. Why, brother? Why? Like, what are we doing? We're all adults here. Oh, the Saints are clapping. Something good happened. Something good happened. Someone that they did not think was going to be there, it was there. Oh yeah, where's Michael Thomas at? Is he doing the same thing? Is he waiting until after the draft? He's a free agent currently. I really do think it's gonna be tackle. Now that I'm really thinking about it, like Ryan Ramczyk, don't know if he's gonna play. Trevor Penning's been a bust. Grab a tackle to at least shore up one of them. You know what I mean?
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga.
Yep.
Tackle, Oregon State.
Well, there you go.
Yep. Talisi Fuaga. Yep. That's the exact right pick you need to do. You don't know if Ryan Ramczyk is ever gonna play again. Trevor Penning's been a bust, right? You reach for Trevor Penning as a project pick, has not worked out. You want to rely on Alvin Kamara even more this year, so you need to raise the level of your run game back up to where it should be. And Talisa Fuaga is the best pure run blocker in the class. That was my reasoning yesterday, when I did my last mock draft of doing Talisa Fuaga to the Saints. He had a great Senior Bowl, had a great season. Not shocked. My 3 words for him: run game dominance, elite explosiveness. He doesn't get better at pass protection, but he's still an elite run blocker. I don't think he's going to shock the world year 1. He's going to have a quiet first year or 2, but once he starts hitting the scene, kind of like Andrew Thomas, he's going to hit the scene running, right? Like, once he gets known as a good tackle, he will not let that title up. He has a shot to rise O-line, O-lineman number 2 for me. I think Olufashinu and Joe Alt probably number 1 and number 2. But if Talisi Fuaga can develop, I think he can develop as a pass protector. I definitely believe that he can surpass one of those guys. He had a 91 run blocking, 80 pass blocking grade this last season. Struggles against pure speed guys off the edge. A larger kick slide could solve that easily. When he does kick slide out to stop pass rushers, I kind of feel like he does like shorter steps, which does let guys get passing quicker. If he gets a longer stride, that could solve it immediately. I think he's going to be a running back's best friend in wide zone runs in the second level. I think Alvin Kamara is going to love running behind Talisi Fuaga. He's a dominant run blocker. He's very, very athletic, and he knows what he's doing in the second level. I like that pick. I'm not shocked Troy Fontenot hasn't come before him. Right here, the Colts are going defense, though. He's going defense right here. This is going to be Terrion Arnold. Remember when I said I feel, when I hear the name Terrion Arnold, I imagine him in a Colts jersey? That's what I mean. I fully believe that Terrion Arnold is going to be an Indianapolis Colts. I think right here is to be the first defender off the board. We've had no defender off the board yet. None. We had 6 quarterbacks, 3 wide receivers, 4 tackles. Right? And Brock Bowers. And a tight end, Brock Bowers. I think right here you go defense. You have Anthony Richardson. I could see Troy Fontenot maybe moving him in the inside, move him in the guard, move him in the center, maybe. But definitely moving him in the right guard. Because right now you don't really have a guard. You've been doing Will Fries at right guard. It hasn't really worked out. Maybe Dallas Turner or Jared Verse. Because Kwity Paye needs another running mate. I don't know. But I think Terrion Arnold has to be the pick right here. That's who I would go. Is Terrion Arnold to get corner. Gus Bradley. I believe it's Gus Bradley is a DC. Colts DC. Gus Bradley. Yep. He is their defensive coordinator still. Had to make sure. Gus Bradley loves running zone defenses. Terrion Arnold is, in my opinion, the best defender at corner when it comes to pure zone. Grab Terrion Arnold. Just solve the issue. That's my opinion, obviously. Let's see what the Colts do. They could be listening to trades right now. They could be listening to trades. They're taking 7 minutes of their clock up. It could be they're listening to trades, which would make a lot of sense. Troy Fontenot does make sense, in my opinion. If they do go Troy Fontenot, it makes sense. You could see them moving him in the guard. You then have left tackle through right tackle, all really good players, with Troy Fontenot being the guy who is developing. Obviously, that could be an option. Maybe. We'll see. I think defense has to be the pick, though. You don't need a wide receiver in the first round. You do not need a Brian Thomas Jr. I would not go Brian Thomas Jr. here. If it's Brian Thomas Jr., I would say no. I would say no. It's not a great pick. You need to add defense. You lost Isaiah Rodgers due to issues of gambling. You got cut last year. You also lost Stephon Gilmore last year when he went to the Cowboys. Your cornerback room was the issue. Go Terrion Arnold. Let him solve your cornerback one issue. You still have your slot corner. I'm blanking on his name. Your slot corner is still the best slot corner in the league. Get a true outside number 1 boundary corner in Terrion Arnold. As much as I love Kool-Aid McKinstry, and I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is the best corner in this class still, I think Terrion Arnold is a better scheme fit. Come on, let me see it. Let me see it. I just don't think I don't think it's wide receiver. I think Troy Fontenot makes sense. Or you just reach and say, I want Jackson Powers Johnson. I want the best center, right? Or I want Christian Haynes, the best guard. You could just reach and take who you want, truly, at that position. But Troy Fontenot is the last first-round guy that I'm like, you could easily move him in. I don't know. I think it's got to be defense. I'm not gonna talk myself into a pick that I wouldn't do. I would have already wrote Terrion Arnold on the pick and sent it in the minute I saw Talisi Fuaga was the last pick. Here he comes. Let's see it. If it is Nick Wright. Is Nick the best NFL GM not in the NFL?
That's how long it's been. All right, here's the Colts pick.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
Okay. Not the worst. I did say beforehand, I think Kwity Paye needs a running mate. Laiatu Latu, when healthy, is amazing. Just straight up is amazing, right? When he's healthy. The issue is he had to medically retire. Got medically cleared, unretired, went to UCLA. Boom. Was amazing at UCLA. Okay. I see the vision. I do. Great power rusher. Great bull rusher. Has great momentum when he's going downhill. Going towards the quarterback. I would lean more at secondary they needed. But Laiatu Latu is a great defender. Over Jared Verse and Dallas Turner is a little bit of a reach. But still a good pick. This is why I think Laiatu Latu would go in a redraft. I said that in my last mock draft. That Laiatu Latu is going to be a late 20s guy. In a redraft would go top 15. Went top 15 immediately. Let him get his damn draft hat. Move. Move. Why is everyone shaking his hands? Let him get his jersey. Holy crap. Holy crap, dude. Roger Goodell was just standing there with his arms crossed waiting for Laiatu Latu to stop shaking hands. Damn, bro. But I had to medically retire from Washington. Got healthy again. Ended up at UCLA after being medically retired from Washington. He's very good. And I said he's going to go later in the draft because of history of injuries. But would get redrafted in the top 15. Went number 15. That is exactly where he should go when it comes to skill level. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it at all. That makes a lot of sense why he was a draft pick. He's a great pass rusher. Power and speed mix. Don't know how much better he can get already because he's already dominant. He had to medically retire, as I keep saying. He's currently a net neutral in run defending. He's not a negative, but he's not positive. He's just a neutral. My comp is Lucas Van Ness and or Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith, Eagles. Lucas Van Ness, Packers. I mean, that day one impact as a bull rusher is what you should expect. He's 6'5", 255. Had a great year all year. Never dropping below a 65 PFF grade except once. With every other game almost above 76 every time. From week 7 on, he was a top 5 pass rusher in the class. When it comes to pressure rate, win rates, everything. He was a top 5 pass rusher. Dominant outside linebacker pass rusher. He might struggle as a 4-3 defensive ends, but in a 3-4 scheme, which I believe Gus Bradley runs a 4-3. That'll be interesting to see what happens. If I'm not mistaken, he does run a 4-3. I can even go and check right now and see what scheme he runs. That'll be an interesting scheme change. He does run a 4-3. Okay. Well, he runs a 4-2-5. Basically a 4-3. He runs a 4-2-5 with 3 corners out. Not the worst in the world. That'll be an interesting scheme fit. He has 6'5", he has the body frame to be a defensive end. But at UCLA, was an outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. We've seen that changeover where guys don't make that scheme change from being an outside linebacker to being a true defensive end. Because outside linebackers, you're not 3-point stance on the ground. You're kind of like watch like Von Miller. Watch any Von Miller tape. He's rarely in a 3-point stance. He's usually just like leaning over on his 2 feet. Laiatu Latu's got to play with a 3-point stance now. We'll see what happens. But as a pure player, Laiatu Latu is a very good player. Very good player. They're going to really like him over there in what's the word? Over there in Indianapolis. Laiatu Latu and Kwity Paye. That's a fun duo. That's a fun duo at pass rusher. Kwity Paye more of a speed guy with some power. Laiatu Latu more of a power guy with a good amount of speed. That'll be fun to see what happens. Next up is Seattle. I don't think it's deep. I mean, I said Peyton Wilson. I said Peyton Wilson at 16 because he's different than Patrick Queen, but they have a lot of same athletic ability. I think Peyton Wilson's exactly what Seattle needs. So whether they get him later in the draft or they just take him at 16, they reach for him and say we want him. They could go pass rusher. I don't know anything about offense. Maybe they go Troy Fontenot, move him inside the interior offensive lineman. Maybe they just take Jackson Powers Johnson. We'll see. We'll see. There was 14 offensive players in a row to begin the draft. Wow. 14 in a row. What a joke. So it's either offensive line or linebacker, in my opinion. Offensive line or linebacker are the two spots that I think the Seahawks really need. The pick is already in. Awesome. Thank you, Seattle, for not wasting time. I like Mike McDaniel, not only as a defensive coordinator, but now as a head coach. I love his scheme. I think he's one of the best young minds on defense in the NFL. Let's see. I think Peyton Wilson, I think linebacker can make a lot of sense. It'd be a reach for sure. It'd be a reach, but I think it's gonna be good. I think that's where I would go. I thought Panini no longer made cards. I thought Fanatics bought them out, or is Panini no longer making football cards? I thought Panini no longer is making them. Oh, thank God. An arbitrator allows Panini to continue to sell NFLPA license cards. Yeah, because they just terminated that license out of nowhere. For now, both Panini and Fanatics will sell NFLPA license cards. Yeah, because they tried to cancel it like way early, like because if I remember, they tried to cancel that back in 2023. They still had like 4 more years of NFL seasons they were legally allowed to sell their cards through, and then Fanatics just kind of came in and said, "Oh no, we're gonna take it." Like, shut up, Fanatics, you little. I hate Fanatics. In case you guys didn't know, I think Fanatics is horrible. I will never let them sponsor my channel ever. I will never let them sponsor my channel. Man, out of nowhere, the NFLPA tried to break a legal clause, and Panini's like, "Hey, you're our source of income. Is the NFL, NBA, all those trading cards is Panini. Y'all are our source of income. We have a contract through 2026 or 2027. You just want to opt out because Fanatics is gonna make it for cheaper. No, not happening." And that happened the day that I bought my first Panini card, by the way. I only bought my first Panini card to it was a Larry Fitzgerald rookie card for like $40. Because I'm like, I like Larry Fitzgerald. It's his rookie card from back in 2007. I want that card. I bought it. I then went back the next day and bought a Michael Pittman card, a rookie card from Michael Pittman. And then that day they announced, "Oh hey, Panini can no longer sell cards." And I'm like, "What? I just started getting into card collecting." And I never bought another card again. I see the cards over there. They're sitting on my desk. All right, Seattle. Prove me right. Offensive line or linebacker are my 2 predictions. That is my prediction for what they're going to do. And Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock as well during this. Why don't you guys have had 4 minutes, Jaguars? Just have your pick ready. Why can't we just start knocking these out? Like, what are we doing? Can we please get like 4 or 5 picks ahead? That'd be really helpful. I don't know what the Seahawks really need besides interior offensive linemen. So maybe they reach for JPJ. Maybe they reach for Zach Frazier. Maybe they reach for Christian Haynes. I don't know. I'm definitely going Troy Fontenot to move inside, reaching for interior offensive lineman, or I'm going linebacker. Peyton Wilson. Come on, give me Peyton Wilson to prove me right.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle,
Okay.
Texas.
I'm not mad at that. That was my backup option and for defense, was interior defensive tackle. So Byron Murphy at Texas played the nose tackle role. Mike McDaniel played with Michael Pierce, needs a nose tackle, right? With his defense, he plays a hybrid nickel defense. So with hybrid nickel defenses, your linebackers are lighter, your corners and your safeties are lighter, because you're playing for 3 or 4 wide receivers at a time. So your strong safety plays sub linebacker. Your linebacker has to be smaller and rangier. Like you have to get sideline to sideline. That means that your interior defensive tackle and your defensive ends in your 3-4 in your scheme have to be heavier guys to stop the run. And Byron Murphy is one of the best run stoppers in the class. So we can go to Byron Murphy right here. Byron Murphy, another athletic freak playing nose tackle. Speed off the line will carry over. Great pass rusher and a great TFL demon. He doesn't stop rushing until the whistle blows, but that's just as a pass rusher. He fits every scheme in the NFL. His run defense is very polished alongside his great rushing grades, but his wide frame takes up a lot of the lanes. He's a great run stopper. He has very long arms, so, just put his arms out and can just grab guys up. He had 36 hurries as an interior nose tackle. That's great. He's a great tackler, great nose tackle. I'm excited to see what he can do in Seattle. I thought defense was definitely what they needed to do. Their defensive line is now Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, and Boye Mafe. That's a great mixture of really good run defenders and really good pass rushers. That's a great fit. Man, Mike McDaniel's cooking. He is cooking, bro. I've loved every move they've made since he's taken over. I'm a very big fan of what he's been able to do. Former Ravens defensive coordinator, and he's one of my favorite head coaches in the NFL. Like, that's how much respect I have for him. So, the Vikings traded up. They traded up. They gave up a 5th-round pick next year, a future 3rd and 4th. They move up 6 spots. What the heck? Who are they taking? A corner, maybe? Oh, this could be Terrion Arnold. This could be a corner at least. It's got to be a corner. They have Byron Murphy, and that's it at corner. This has to be corner for the Vikings. You don't need wide receiver. You don't need tight end. You don't need offensive line unless you reach for an offensive lineman. This could be Terrion Arnold.
Pulled off both of them. And let's see who they'll add to the mix with J.J. McCarthy.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
Okay. I don't hate that. So they lost Daniel Hunter in free agency. They signed Jonathan Grenard from the Texans. So they now have a 1-2 punch at pass rusher. Okay. So Dallas Turner started to slip, and they stopped his slip. That's not the worst idea in the world. He'll immediately replace Daniel Hunter's production. Dallas Turner is my #1 pass rusher in the class. He's improved every year of college. I do see shades of Will Anderson in his game. He has dominant speed with great strength. That's exactly what Will Anderson was last year. He added more techniques in 2023 than ever before. He shows willingness to keep learning as well, showing every year he learns something new. Definitely needs to add more muscle to his frame for that run defense to get a little bit better. His run defense and open field tackling took a downhill turn this year. He had a 67 run defense and a 57 tackling grade this year. Both of them dropped about 8 or 9 points overall. His pass rating took a big climb, though. Went from 66 from last year to an 81 this year. Pass rushing grade. He had 14.5 TFLs as well. He doubled his sacks from 5 to 9 and had 20 run stops. So still showing the willingness to stop the run, but definitely see more of a pass rusher strength guy in him. When asked to pass, when asked to pass rush, he's one of the best in the class. This needs to get better with IQ and run defense, because in run defense, he's rangy, which definitely saves him. But when it comes to like putting himself in the best position, he does not do that all the time. He does not do that all the time. A lot of the times, it's just because he's so long and he's so rangy, he can get to these guys in the run defense. But it's not because of him putting himself in the best spot. It's kind of like, let's say he takes one step too far to the left, but his arm is so long, he can grab onto him still. Well, Dallas, just don't take that extra step forward, and you're right in his lane, and you wrap him up even easier. But Brian Flores will love him. I'm excited to see what he can do in Minnesota. Again, he slipped further than I thought he would. He's not the first defender off the board that was laid to Latu, right? Then Byron Murphy, then Dallas Turner. I see the vision with Dallas Turner in Minnesota. I do. You lost Daniel Hunter. You need a bona fide young pass rusher. You have Jonathan Grenard to be that opposite guy opposite of him. But Dallas Turner is a different force than Jonathan Grenard. That was a good pick by the Minnesota Vikings. I like that pick. I do. I mean, this is his willingness to show learning every year is exactly what you need in a young guy. We'll see what happens. Next we have the Bengals. They have a lot of needs. I said Amarius Mims was my draft pick for them. I think they need a young tackle, a young right tackle preferably. Obviously, the board has fallen a little bit different than I expected, so we'll see what happens. I like the color of his suit. You gotta be bold to wear that. I like that color. Man, the Vikings have made 2 trade-ups for J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner. If I was told they got Dallas Turner and J.J. McCarthy in this draft, I would have given it a really good grade. You had to trade up for both of them, but still. I figured you'd trade up anyway for the quarterback. The fact that you only had to trade up one spot to grab your quarterback, and you trade up a couple more spots to get Dallas Turner, it's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Ugh. I will say I'm shocked there's no Brandon Ayuk trade. I'm shocked there's no T. Higgins trade yet. Obviously, we're getting into that part of the draft where maybe those guys do go. Maybe a team like Detroit trades. Well, I guess you can't because you just signed Amon-Ra St. Brown. Maybe a team like, oh man, Dallas. Maybe they trade for one of them. KC could always trade up. I mean, trade their 32 overall for Ayuk or T. Higgins. You never know. I mean, we've only had 2 trades this entire draft, and they're both from the Vikings, so we'll see. I think one more trade up is still likely. This is the thing that, like, when I get really annoyed, the minute commercial starts, they run like 8 or 9 commercials in a row, and it takes up 5 or 6 minutes. Ba, 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 ba. No corners have gone yet. I'm shocked. I'm the most shocked. No corners have gone. Expect a team like Detroit, Kansas City, Arizona, maybe one of them trade up for the number 1 corner. Right? Maybe Terry and Arnold. What are they doing? What are they doing? They're going over the NFL Network draft tracker. What are we doing, guys? Like, I have a feeling what we're gonna see is a corner taken, and it's gonna be a whole run of them. Once one of them gets taken, we're gonna see like 3 or 4 of them get taken. Now, whether Cincinnati starts that trade, I don't know. That train, I have no clue. But don't be shocked if the Rams and Pittsburgh trade back. Don't be shocked at all. They might trade back and a team trades up for a corner. That's what I fully expect. They could go running back. They could grab Trey Benson. They could have sit at 18 to grab Trey Benson. He's my only first round rated running back. Blake Corum and Jonathan Brooks are both round 2 guys for me. Where did Chidobe Awuzie end up, by the way? I wonder where Chidobe Awuzie ended up.
I don't think we're that far along yet, but there's one thing to keep in mind.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia.
Yes! Yeah! The entire draft process. Amarius Mims to Cincinnati. Bow to your draft overlord. Listen, when Amarius Mims starts and plays, he is a top 3 tackle in the in college football. He would be probably taken before J.C. Latham if he stayed healthy his entire career. He's just too often injured. When healthy, is the best pure right tackle. Elite frame and size, 6'7", 340. He excels in pass pro. He does struggle a little bit in run defense because of his size, but it's not bad. It's just like not as good as his pass protection. Elite right tackle, not in top 3, just shows the depth of the offensive line. Amarius Mims, when healthy, he is elite. It's just rare for him to be healthy. He has a 68 run blocking, 81 pass blocking grade. His pure size has not been his friend in the run game, but he looks like a tall tree that's not super agile when in the run game, but he's not a net negative, right? He hasn't surpassed 286 snaps in a season in 3 years. Not good. But the minute Amarius Mims is healthy, if they can keep him healthy in Cincinnati, he will be elite. Elite. I'm telling you, I love Amarius Mims. When healthy, he is my number 3 tackle. He's above Talisi Fuaga. But because he just can't stay healthy, that's the only reason I don't have him in the top 3. Only reason. I fully expect Amarius Mims probably to not play this year and just work on his health. That's it. Just work on his health the entire time. Say, hey, get your body ready for NFL play. In 2025, you'll start for us. Because you signed Trent Brown, you have Orlando Brown. You got your Brown tackles. That's pause. You got your tackles that are both named Brown. Let Amarius Mims sit for a year and only play in case of injury. That's all you need to do. I'm a very big fan of Amarius Mims. You guys can't tell. I'm a very big fan of Amarius Mims. Ugh. I still can't believe Aaron Donald retired this offseason, by the way. Jazon Newton might go here. They might just replace Aaron Donald with Jazon Newton. That wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Just like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just frickin'. Excuse me. Let's just frickin' grab him instead. Like, let's not even mess around with trying to, like, Kobe Turner being the replacement. Now, Kobe Turner play next to Jazon Newton. Because Jazon Newton, I said, was a baby Aaron Donald. I think they're working the phones, man. I think they're working the phones. I really do. I think they're willing to trade down with a team that wants a corner. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo. He's in LA. I didn't know that. Oh, good for Jimmy Garoppolo. I straight up did not know the Rams signed Jimmy Garoppolo. Good for them, man. Jimmy Garoppolo is not good, but I mean, that's a pretty solid backup option. That's a pretty solid backup option for him. The pick is in for the Rams. They're not trading down. I think you have to go Jazon Newton. We're immediately replace Aaron Donald's production. Like, no change in the rotation. Just have Jazon Newton start. Let's see what happens. The pick is in. Roger Goodell is yet to start walking out. They added Trey White? No way. No way the Rams added Trey White. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're telling me that the Rams added Trey White, Darius Williams, Cam Curl? Jesus, dude. Their defense got so much better in free agency. Get even better. Add a prolific D tackle from Illinois. Just do it. I keep like swiping down because I'm getting notifications from both Twitter and other apps. So I look at my phone to swipe to see what the other apps are, and I keep seeing like the Rams. I swipe away before I see it. See, I thought the Rams could have gone quarterback if all of them went in the first 12 picks. We'll see. Here comes Roger Goodell.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Yep, that's a great pick. That's a great pick. That is a great pick. Jared Verse, a fringe top 15 talent, going at 19. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I mean a fringe top 10 talent going at 19. Yeah. That is a great pick by the Rams. Last year would have gone in the top 10. This year doesn't because he doesn't have as good of a year. He's an athlete playing pass rusher, but he's already developed. He's already an athlete who's developed as a great pass rusher. He doesn't stop his arm fighting throughout the entire time of him fighting. Would have been a top 10 pick last year. He was a winning culture piece instead of, selfishly being a top 10 pick last year. Went back to FSU to try and win a national championship. Obviously slipped, but he doesn't care. He tried to go back and win a national championship. He's going to hit year one. This is not going to be a project pick. He's already going to hit year one. I see him as a top 3 voter in Defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't see him not being a top 3 guy in that voting. He's 6'4", 260, a true athlete at the position. Great speed to complement his good strength. His skill did plateau this year from last year. Might have already hit his peak, but his peak is still a really good pass rusher. He had a 22% pass rush win rate. He had 19 run stops. So not only is he an excellent pass rusher, he's a solid run stopper. He'll start day one. He'll start day one. That's just like he'll start day one, and he will not give up his starting position. He will not. Like, that is a very, very good pick for that man. Well, that's cool. They took over the beach. That's super cool. I don't see them not starting Jared Verse day one and him never giving up that position until he retires. Like, he might be the next guy to retire as an LA Ram. He's that good. That good. I'm taking another sip of water. The Steelers. They have a couple of needs, man. They have a couple of needs. I think offensive line, I've been saying Troy Fontenot. At least in the last mock draft, I said Troy Fontenot. I could see him going to the Steelers, you know, moving him to inside guard. Maybe Graham Barton, same thing. Maybe just take Jordan Morgan and stick him at tackle and let him develop. Defensively, could go corner. Pair Stone up with Joey Porter Jr. We saw Patrick Peterson experiment did not work last year. So maybe just go and grab another corner opposite of Joey Porter Jr. You signed Patrick Queen at linebacker. I don't see linebacker being taken. Yeah. I don't think wide receiver gets taken. Brian Thomas Jr. would be an interesting pick, but I just don't see wide receiver being taken. Definitely not tight ends. I see offensive line, secondary. That's my two. Is offensive line and corner. I'll be more specific. Offensive line of corner are my two picks, I feel, in my opinion. Yep, here starts the gosh darn 7 more commercials until the draft comes back. I'm on the Falcons Twitter page, the Atlanta Falcons, and their announcement about Michael Penix. And no one likes it. There we go.
Human souls have packed Cadillac Square and the surrounding area to witness the first.
Whoa. 250,000 people are in Detroit. Wow. That's crazy, dude. 275,000 people are in Detroit. That's so crazy, dude. I don't know. I still think offensive line and corner are the two positions I would go from the Steelers. Hey, Cleveland, Browns, my team. If you guys wanted to, like, I don't know, trade up into the first rounds, I wouldn't mind. I haven't seen a first round draft pick since 2021. It's now been 3 years since I've seen the Browns draft in the first round. If we want to stop trading our first round picks, I'd really appreciate it. I would like to see my team draft in the first day of the draft. I actually have something to look forward to. And the fact that no corners have been taken is insane. I think it's got to be Pittsburgh to take the first corner. I think Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Dallas, Detroit, Buffalo, KC. Yeah, almost every team that's left could take a corner. Let's see what happens. The pick is in. Come on, Raj. Walk out already. There we go. Hey, Cam Hayward. I like Cam Hayward. He's cool.
That's neat. Cam Hayward's going to announce who his new teammate is. Onto the stage here in Detroit. Yeah. Chance to get the first look-see at 275,000 people. He's like, wow.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognized his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
That was a crisp dap, bro. That was a real crisp dap up.
And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Peyton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league, and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu.
Troy Fontenot. What'd I say? Troy Fontenot. Draft him, move him in the guard. That's exactly what I would have done. Draft him, move him in the guard. Troy Fontenot. Way to go. Many believe he'll make the switch to center or guard. I believe he's making the switch to guard. Could be a solid 18 to 27 area of picks. Boom. Pick 20. He's very aggressive. That can't hinder him when he overbites. Which is always a positive thing. You can always teach him to be less aggressive. He had a 59 run blocking grade, 88 pass blocking grade, 2 sacks, and 2 hits allowed. If he moves inside, his frame can be more dominant. He's only 6'4". Yeah. Still very good. Again, I like Troy Fontenot. I wouldn't be shocked if he does make that move immediately to guard. He's just too short to play tackle. He's 6'4". His arms are long. He does have longer arms, but his frame is more built for a guard. And if he does move in the guard, dude, you start day one. Like, tackle is very overcrowded with the Steelers. You got Dan Moore. You got Broderick Jones. Like, just move in the guard, and you start day one. You got what? Is it James Daniels and you? That's the 2 guards. Yeah, I think if you're Troy Fontenot, move in the guard, boom, you're good to go. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. That's a great pick, though. Steelers stay taking great prospects that can be great players, man. That's really nice that Troy Fontenot is next to his, it looks like his two grandmas. Because they look about the same age, and they look about 60 years older than him. That's really cool that he was in between them. You always love the multi-generational, like, camaraderie in families. Yeah, I don't see Troy Fontenot staying at tackle in the NFL. If he does, good for him. That'd be awesome. But I just think he's gonna be moved to guard. 6'4". You can't play tackle at 6'4" in the NFL. You just can't. You gotta be 6'5" and above. Even 6'5", I'd say you move in the guard or center. 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", that's tackle length. Let's even go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I want to see who they have at tackle. So, at left tackle, you have Kellen Dyche, who I do like, from Arizona State a few years ago. And Dan Moore. At right tackle, you have Broderick Jones. I don't think he's going to beat out Dan Moore and Broderick Jones immediately, but he can beat out Isaac Sumalo from as well. He can probably beat out James Daniels. He can probably beat out Nate Herbig at center. Like, he has a spot in the interior offensive line. I just don't see that spot at tackle. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, if he plays tackle, we'll see what happens. How tall is Dan Moore? Dan Moore can't be more than 6'4", right? He's 6'5". Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I would not move Troy Fontenot to tackle. 6'4", has a pretty wide body, sounds like a guard. Even moving the center. He could probably beat out Nate Herbig pretty easily. But the Dolphins pick is already in. I think edge rusher is a spot. I think interior offensive lineman. Maybe we could see that run of linemen right here. You should get Troy Fontenot. You get JPJ or Zach Frazier. Get Graham Barton. Those kind of guys all in a row. We'll see. We'll see. Dolphins, man. It's got to be interior offensive lineman or pass rusher. I say pass rusher because they lost every single pass rusher they could in free agency. In injury. Bradley Chubb tore his ACL. Jalen Phillips tore his ACL. They called Melvin Gordon off his couch in a playoff game. They had to start Melvin Gordon that they had just called off the couch because everyone got hurt. I'm pretty sure Andrew Van Ginkel even got hurt. We got how many picks left? 11? 12? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 picks left. Yep, we got 12 picks left. Including the Dolphins that have already been picked in. The pick is already in for the Dolphins. So after this, there'll be 11 left. No corner has been taken, dude. I don't get it. Tyrion Arnold, Quinton Mitchell, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Nate Wiggins. We'll see what happens. The Dolphins are the only team that did not have a receiving touchdown by tight ends in 2023. That's crazy. That is crazy. No touchdown by a tight end at all in 2023. You just have them as run blockers. It's not a bad idea. Just have them all as run blockers for Devon Achane and Raheem Mostert. All right, Dolphins, what do you do?
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Yep. I had a feeling that Chop Robinson was going to go a lot higher than a lot of people thought. I actually have a whole draft grade on Chop Robinson because I thought he'd be a first-round pick. Chop Robinson had a disappointing season, but I still believe has higher upside than anyone at the edge rushing position in this class. He's a 3-down edge rusher, excellent run stopper, an all-pro ceiling at pass rusher. He's going to become the best pass rusher in this class, in my opinion. 4 or 5 years from now, we're going to say, how did Chop Robinson fall to 21? Chop is an amazing pass rusher, an amazing run stopper. He took a step back this year, but the skills are still there. Improved his open field tackling immensely this season, which helped his progression as a run defender. Chop dominated against great talent this year, i.e. the Michigan game, if you want to see his absolute dominance against a really good offense. Eventually, sacks will follow his win rate percentage. In my opinion, kind of like how Zadarius Smith this past season, I think was top 5 in pass rush win rate, but it wasn't converting into sacks. But he led the league in pressures. I think Chop Robinson, that could happen to him early in his career, but they will follow eventually, right? Zadarius Smith led the league in pressures, had an amazing pressure rate, just couldn't get sacks. Chop Robinson, I would not be shocked if that happens to him his first season. Is that he has amazing pressure rate, has an amazing amount of pressures, but can't get sacks. I can't wait. I can't wait for Chop Robinson. I've been very high on Chop Robinson. Like, I had him as a first-round draft pick all the way up until my last 2 mock drafts. That's because I felt like I was overvaluing him. So I'm like, am I wrong? Do I need to change my evaluation process? No. Chop Robinson. Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb both tore their ACLs last year, later into the season. I don't know if they'll be available week 1. You want to know who is available week 1? Chop motherfucking Robinson, bro. I love him. I love Chop Robinson. I can't wait to see him succeed from Penn State over into Miami. Eagles! Let's see what happens. They're already on the phone with someone. They're not trading. They're on the phone talking to someone. They don't need a wide receiver. Oh, yeah, it's going to be Jackson Powers-Johnson. Get a dominant center? Yeah, Jackson Powers-Johnson. Oh my god, it's that gosh darn Eagles fan, dude. I forgot Fletcher Cox retired, man. This could be a Jazon Newton as well. I mean, they're taking their time. Maybe they will trade back. But, I mean, both Jackson Powers-Johnson is available. Jazon Newton is available. But, I mean, they drafted Jalen Carter. They also drafted Jalen Carter and, is it Jordan? Oh, my God. I can't remember his name. Why can't I remember the other D tackle's name? Jordan Davis. Oh, yeah, Jordan Davis. Yep, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, they both drafted. This could be the year they both start and they both take over as the starters. That could be it. I think they got to go. I think they got to go Jackson Powers-Johnson. It's got to be him. It's got to be Powers-Johnson, right? Number 22. I just didn't think JPJ would be available at this point. It could be corner still. They could just take the best corner available. But I think they got to get Powers-Johnson. He'll start day 1. Keep Cam Jurgens at guard. He's played really well at guard. Have Powers-Johnson as at center. Let's see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. This is taking a really long time to announce, guys. Man, the Eagles are loaded. They signed Saquon, got Devontae Parker and Paris Campbell. Obviously, Kenny Pickett to back him up as well. They got Bryce Huff. I forgot they got Bryce Huff. They've got to go offensive line then. They do not need defensive line at all. Yeah, they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Yep, I know that. They got Devin White. Yep, I knew that. This has got to be... It's got to be either a corner or a center. It's got to be a corner or a center. You're good at safety. You got Reed Blankenship and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You lost Jason Kelsey. You got to go center. You got to go corner. It's got to be one of them, man. The pick is in. Come on, hurry it up a little bit. The pick's been in for literally 3.5 minutes, and Roger has still not walked out. Oh, here he comes. I think at least. Oh, it might be the cameraman that's walking. Yep, there he is.
Here comes Roger Goodell with the latest Eagles pick, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars right after that.
I'm really thinking it's center, man.
75,000 people here in Detroit tonight.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL.
Yep.
Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on our NFL roster.
Yep, like Jordan Mailata.
One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles.
That's cool.
In Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia.
That's cool.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
Yeah! Yeah, that's a great pick, dude. That's a great pick, Quinyon Mitchell. That is a great pick. One, I love Jordan Mailata, so I'm happy that he was the one that was able to announce that. But yeah, Quinyon Mitchell, biggest riser overall in the pre-draft process. He dominated at the Senior Bowl, dominated at the Combine. He had 17 forced incompletions, which was third in college football last year. Is a pest in run defense like a yap dog. Will shut anyone down in zone coverage. 6 interceptions the last 2 years. My comp is Marcus Peters for Quinyon Mitchell. A ball hawking corner with a he's always getting at the ball. Great tackling. Only 3 missed tackles last year as the #1 cornerback in Toledo. He has an average of 72 PFF grade at cornerback 1 and 73 at cornerback 2. So he can be versatile on either side of the field, which could be useful in Philadelphia because they have Darius Slay and James Bradbury, right? So he can always move him around whatever side he needs to be on. He'll be the exact same level of player. He had 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions the last 3 years. Has truly been locked down the last 2 years with a 92 grade and then a 91 grade. He has great cornerback strength at 20 reps of 225 pounds each. That is 91st percentile of all cornerbacks since the Combine started. His arm length could be worrisome at 31 inches. That is 40th percentile. But I don't care. Quinyon Mitchell, nose for the ball. Great zone coverage. Great man coverage. He deserved to be the #1 corner after all the hype during the pre-draft combine. Pre-draft process. I still like Kool-Aid McKinstry. I still like Nate Wiggins. But Quinyon Mitchell, that's a great pick for Philadelphia. They must really believe in Cam Jurgens, which is good. I like Cam Jurgens. I liked him more as a guard, though, because he played really well last year at guard. But Cam Jurgens definitely being moved back to center. But, I mean, Quinion Mitchell, corner is a more neat, like, it's a more valuable position than interior offensive lineman. So maybe they'll swing back around in the second round to grab a center. But I 100% agree with them grabbing Quinion Mitchell in the first round. He slipped all the way to 22. You stop that slip and get a great player in Quinion Mitchell. Wow. 2-time first team All-MAC the last 2 years. Yeah, again, he's amazing. He's a really good corner. I need some water. Yeah, that's a great pick for him, man. I just got asked by someone, why does Quinion Mitchell look mad? I mean, one, every single draft pick that, by the way, this could be the start of corner, by the way. This could be a cornerback run. Jacksonville's going to corner. Dallas will probably go a corner. Green Bay will go a safety. Tampa Bay will end that corner in that secondary run. But, yeah, I mean, every draft pick that you slide, you lose millions of dollars. And this is a guy that I thought was a top 15 pick. So I don't think that's the issue. Also, he's not going to start in Philadelphia. He's not beating out Darius Slay. He's not beating out James Bradbury. And they have Isaiah Rodgers, who was a really good corner that he's had to compete with to be at cornerback number 3. But Quinion's an outside corner, right? That's at least my time. That's my opinion of it. My opinion is going to end up being a situation where he's not going to start. He can't beat out the veterans. What is Jacksonville going to do? No, they just signed Gabe Davis. So it won't be a wide receiver. It won't be a tight end. Won't be a running back. Maybe an offensive lineman? Graham Barton, maybe? Could this be a Graham Barton spot? I just don't think it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr. Like, you sign Gabe Davis, you have Christian Kirk, you still have Zay Jones. Maybe it is Brian Thomas Jr. Maybe they just say, you know what? What's that? I'm trying to read what their board says. Maybe they do just go wide receiver. It could just be, let's give Trevor Lawrence as many weapons as possible. What do I want to put my money on? I'm gonna say Brian Thomas Jr. I talked myself into it. Get Trevor Lawrence, another wide receiver. You know, Gabe Davis, Brian Thomas Jr., great deep threats. I'm gonna go Brian Thomas Jr.
All right, here's the commissioner with the Jaguars' first pick here in Detroit.
With the 23rd pick in the 2024 NFL
Or corner.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian
Oh my God.
Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
I was right.
Okay, so that makes 3 LSU Tigers, and so Jaden Daniels, 2 prime targets.
Wow. I can't believe I was right. I was just talking out my ass. Wow. They actually grabbed Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. is very good. But they already have Gabe Davis and Calvin Ridley. I mean, Brian Davis and Christian Kirk. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. is awesome, right? Great deep threat wide receiver, probably the second best deep threat in college football. He mixes in his routes as well as his pure speed, big catch radius. He can be wide receiver 1 on most rosters. Will come in and spread defenses out in day 1. My comp is Nico Collins for Brian Thomas Jr. That's my comp for him. He was the second best deep threat in college football. He had 14 catches on 18 receptions. Targets for 631 yards and 11 touchdowns when targeted over 20 plus yards downfield. Surprisingly lined up at X receiver a lot over Malik Neighbors and dominated at X receiver. When targeted deep, he's not a yak guy. I'm a big body. I'm going to get deep with my speed and use that separation to catch the ball and hit the ground. He uses big frame and run blocking as well to be a positive. Another comp is a faster Julio Jones. Julio Jones was not known as a yak guy. He was known as a go up and get him kind of guy. But I definitely think that's I don't know why I think Nico Collins is a better comparison for Brian Thomas Jr. Uses his size to get advantage, but has the elite speed of a small guy. Like, great catch radius, great size, great 50-50 guy, but he uses all that in tandem with his amazing speed as well. So it's not just a one-trick pony of a big body 50-50 guy. He pairs in his speed to make it even more deadly. I can't believe I just guessed that out of nowhere. I thought corner for sure. They were going to go in Jacksonville. That's shocking to me. But yeah, I knew he'd be a first-round pick. Another first-round pick wide receiver, Troy Franklin can go in the first round. I think Baltimore can go Troy Franklin. I think that's possible. Yeah, they have Brian Thomas Jr., Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. How much help does Trevor Lawrence need? Like, what is going on, man? What is going on? How much help does Trevor Lawrence need to be an average wide quarterback? Because he has not shown the ability to step up for some reason. And the Cowboys are on the board. Holy moly, guacamole, Batman. Let's see what happens. Someone in the front row has a Jerry Jones X'd out face because they don't want Jerry Jones anymore. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, man, that's... What are the Cowboys going to do? I'm going to say Cowboys either go offensive line. They lost Tyler Biadasz, so maybe they go Jackson Powers Johnson. They could go Cooper DeJean. I had them going Cooper DeJean earlier in my mock draft because of how versatile he could be all around the secondary. They just need help. How about that? Just help. I don't even care what they do anymore. Just grab anyone. Whoever they go, I'm sure I'm not going to like, so. Oh, they might be listening to trades because they've wasted 8 minutes. There's only a minute and a half left. I don't know. To win a Super Bowl, you gotta win in the trenches. And like they've done pretty well building the trenches, and now they need to work outside the trenches, right? Secondary makes a lot of sense. They have so many holes, man. Because they did nothing in free agency, right? That's the issue. They did nothing in free agency. So I can't even like have them do anything. Like, I can't think of anything they could do. Because they only added Eric Kendricks. They added one player in free agency. One. A linebacker. So it's not linebacker. They could use running back, but who would go running back with all the needs that they have? Maybe another wide receiver. I still think center makes a lot of sense. Pass rusher, maybe. They did lose Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler Jr. Wow, they're about to. Oh, about to say there's like 15 seconds left on the draft clock. Were they? I was where they were not gonna make. They traded to the Lions. Yep, the Lions going corner. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Come on, come on. I will buy a Kool-Aid McKinstry Lions jersey the minute it drops. If you go Kool-Aid McKinstry. The Lions trade up with the line with the Dallas to grab a corner. Please say it's Kool-Aid McKinstry. There's no way it's not a corner. There's no way. Please say it's Kool-Aid McKinstry. I will pay so much money for a Kool-Aid McKinstry Lions jersey. Come on. You need to help your secondary out. Grab, in my opinion, the #1 man coverage corner in the class. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry. I will pay any amount of money for a Kool-Aid McKinstry jersey. So they give up a 73. Wow, if they move up 5 spots, they give up a 3rd round pick this year. A top 75 pick for a 2025 7th. That's a lot to give up, man. A 3rd round pick to move up 5 spots. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry. Brad Holmes, please. I want Kool-Aid McKinstry so bad. I can't. The person texted me is a Lions fan. I can't look. Please be Kool-Aid McKinstry. Roger, walk out! Walk out of the room. Walk down the tunnel. I want Kool-Aid McKinstry a Lions jersey. I want to root for him. I want to root for Kool-Aid McKinstry so badly. I did so much pre-draft process. So much pre-draft process on Kool-Aid McKinstry. It would be amazing if I could easily go watch Kool-Aid McKinstry. It's got to be a corner. It's got to be a corner. It's got to be a corner. Yes, you trade for Carlton Davis. That's not enough. That's not enough. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry. Come on, come on, come on. Stop! Oh my God, I get it, you're in Detroit. I get it, I get it. I don't care. I don't care. They're taking it so long for this pick because they're in Detroit. That's why they're taking forever for this pick. Oh my God, they're taking so long. It's been in for literally 4 minutes. There's no way it's Cooper DeJean. I really don't think it's Cooper DeJean. If it's Cooper DeJean over Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry, I'll punch someone in the face. I'll punch someone in the face. Here he comes. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, he took forever.
The Detroit Lions excel in engaging the local football community and growing football participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers.
Is Roger Goodell good? He's slurring all night.
24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back from Alabama.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I wanted Kool-Aid McKinstry. But Terrion Arnold is still a great pick for Detroit. That's their cornerback number 1 for the next 7 years. Like, he's going to be excellent day one. Great frame, great size, heavy hitting tackler, elite zone corner with good man ability. Don't let this man become a rover. When I say rover, new NFL defenses, right? The Seahawks and the Ravens, what they do heavily, is they have a oversized corner playing slot corner and demolishing the line of scrimmage. Devon Witherspoon and Kyle Hamilton. Look at how they play. They're called the rover in a new modern defense. Terrion Arnold can play rover. Dominating the line of scrimmage, not letting anything get past him in pass coverage, and getting a lot of TFLs. Heavy hitting tackler. He can overbite. There are multiple games of under 60 PFF grade when it comes to tackling. 5 games to be precise. But he's still an elite corner. Now, the question, does he have the straight line speed to keep up with the league's best receivers? Maybe not, but not a lot of people do. He played solid, though, against Malik Neighbors and Xavier Worthy this year. Xavier Worthy broke combine records for speed, and Malik Neighbors was the number 5 overall pick. Like, he took care of both of them. He bodied them when he played them. Terrion Arnold was a great corner. Any Lions fan should be happy that Terrion Arnold is in a Lions uniform and not another NFC North uniform. Yeah, man. No wonder they were cheering, man. They should not have gotten Terrion Arnold or Kool-Aid McKinstry. They got their pick over, in my opinion, the 2 of the top 3 cornerbacks. They got to choose whichever one they wanted more. Amazing. Good job on the Lions, man. Stayed pat. Waited until they needed to move up. They moved up for him, and boom, they got him. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, good for them, man. All right. What does Green Bay do? Green Bay. Safety. They could really use a safety. Tyler Nubin. More precisely, they could really use a safety. They could use offensive line. They lost the left tackle, David Bakhtiari. They lost David Bakhtiari due to him being cut because of injury issues. So maybe a tackle. I don't think it's Graham Barton. Maybe Jordan Morgan. That's a possibility. I think safety, though.
Y'all gotta start, man. Hey, I'm home, man. I'm home.
Oh, he's so happy.
Hey, these fans gonna be crazy, man. Golly.
Oh, yeah, I like Terrion Arnold. Pink suit, right? A pink suit. Happy to be in Detroit. The way he turned around and go, he's like, I'm home. He's cheesing, bro.
Hey, it's amazing, man. We're gonna go crazy.
They're gonna keep going crazy for you, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, dude. Oh, he's cheesing, bro. He is smiling. He's laughing along. He's like egging him on, the crowd. Oh, he's gonna love Detroit, dude. I might buy a Terrion Arnold jersey anyway. Like, Terrion Arnold was my personal number 2 corner. I had Kool-Aid number 1, Terrion number 2, Quinion number 3. Kool-Aid's still on the board. Hey, Cleveland, if you want to trade up into the first round and grab Kool-Aid McKinstry, listen, I love me some Greg Newsome. If we get Kool-Aid McKinstry, if we trade Greg Newsome for Kool-Aid McKinstry, I might want to do it. I love Kool-Aid McKinstry. But Terrion Arnold, listen, man, you guys are gonna love him in Detroit, man. Heavy hitting tackler, plays man coverage really well, plays zone coverage really well. Was my number one zone corner. I'm shocked that they actually went zone corner though. That's why I thought that the Lions would want a man corner, like a dominant man coverage corner. But Terrion Arnold was right there. Like Terrion Arnold and Clay McKinstry were two of the best corners, especially as teammates in college football. Yeah, I'm so excited. I might still buy a Terrion Arnold jersey. I got to see a couple more interviews with him. I didn't watch a whole lot of interviews like with him talking and like his personality showing through. But just that on stage of him like, yeah, and like egging on the crowd like to chant. Yeah, I like that. I like when players do that. Especially like last year in Cleveland. Who was our pick? Who was our pick last year? The wide receiver, Cedric Tillman. When Cedric Tillman got drafted, dude, he was all over social media. Like, hell yeah, what up, Cleveland? I love it when like players interact with the fans. And I feel like Terrion Arnold's gonna be a big guy to do that. But let's see. Green Bay Packers, tackle or safety is what I think is gonna happen. Tackle or safety. So we got Jordan Morgan. Graham Barton is too small to play tackle. Safety got Tyler Nubin. So Jordan Morgan or Tyler Nubin, in my opinion.
Spin.
Here it comes. There's a turn. There it goes. Big reveal. Take it to the house, Terry.
Yeah, the way he grabbed the microphone just to be like, I'm home. What up, Detroit? I love that. Wow, that crowd cleared out quick. Dude, that crowd is gone. That crowd is gone. They pivot back to the draft room with Rich Eisen in the panel. There's no one behind them. They cleared out the minute Detroit picked.
Not booing you, Kamish.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan.
Yep.
Tackle, Arizona.
Yep. I'm not shocked at Jordan Morgan. I'm not shocked at all. They had to cut David Bakhtiari because of injuries. Makes 100% sense why Jordan Morgan had to get drafted here. An intriguing day 2 prospect that could be taken first if right team can unlock his potential. The Packers are the team to unlock his potential. Their development program over the last couple of years with all the young draft picks they've had, stellar. Has ideal frame at 6'6", 320. Could move inside, but I do think he can hold his own at tackle. I think he will hold his own at left tackle for the Green Bay Packers. 77 run blocking, 87 pass blocking, 2 sacks allowed, 1 hurry allowed. Dominant left tackle at Arizona State. Same issue as Graham Barton. He lets bull rushers get into his chest and take advantage of him. Again, another teachable moment, but 6'6", 320. Literally, my first thing I put was an intriguing day 2 prospect that could be taken first if right team can unlock his potential. That is exactly what the Packers are. A young team that was willing to take a chance on him to unlock his potential. Jordan Morgan, welcome to the Green Bay Packers. Like, that's exactly what I would do. The Buccaneers pick is already in. That's good. They're going to, of course, go to 7 commercials in a row. So what are you going to do about it, right? Let me respond. Yeah, that's exciting though. The Lions needed a really good corner. They get in my opinion, the second best corner in the class at 24. They only had to trade up 5 picks to grab the best corner in the class, and to grab the second best corner in the class. You got Carlton Davis as well from the Buccaneers, and you traded a 3rd round pick for him. So you basically spent 2 3rd round picks on Terrion Arnold basically and Carlton Davis. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Safety, you got Brian Branch. You let go of CJ Gardner-Johnson. But, you know, maybe you grab a Tyler Nubin. Maybe you grab a Trey Taylor in day 3. I think more day 2. Maybe you go back to safety. I don't know. I think safety definitely is in play for day 2. But, yeah, man. I think Cam Kitchens plays the same role as Brian Branch. That's why I wouldn't say Cam Kitchens for the Lions. But the Green Bay Packers, grabbing Jordan Morgan, that's really good. You get your franchise left tackle, hopefully. Or at least so I can develop into a competent tackle. I think he's already a competent tackle day 1. But hoping he can develop into something even better. 26, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. No trade backs. Interesting. They're a team that I thought could trade out. The Arizona Cardinals could also trade out, in my opinion. I think that's still a possibility. What do the Buccaneers need, man? What do the Buccaneers need? The Buccaneers could use a pass rusher. They could use secondary members, just in general, secondary members. Offensive line, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what kind of growth we can see from the Buccaneers. They've drafted pretty well. George Troyan-Shrinka finally hit. I think pass rusher is still available. You know, they could definitely still go pass rusher. I gotta see who's still available. I wish they would keep up, or they'd show again who is still available in these guys' top 100. Because I want to see who's still available. All right, Buccaneers, come on. I wish they'd show who's still available, because I cannot tell what pass rushers are available. Oh, they called someone. It could be a corner. They could go Kool-Aid. They could go Cooper. All right, who's available? Edge rusher. No one, really. Okay, it's got to be a corner. It's got to be a corner, man. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Ennis Rakestraw. Linebacker, Edgerrin Cooper, and Peyton Wilson are available as well. You could go linebacker. You lost Devin White. And the linebacker that's really old is just really old. I can't remember his name. I've read so many names today. I've said so many names. I can't remember everyone, man. Tackle's available, but I don't think there's any tackle that you would really want to grab at 26. Yeah, dude, that crowd immediately left. The minute the Lions drafted, they're like, all right, we're out. We don't care about NFL anymore. We only care about the Lions. All right, here they come.
You better protect his lap.
So the commissioner coming back out here, 26th overall selection in this draft. Arizona will pick again. The Bills will show up, and that's when the Cowboys will choose.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center Duke.
Yep. I'm not shocked that they grab an offensive lineman. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. He played tackle at Duke, but there was no way he was ever going to play tackle in the NFL. Not the worst prospect, but every rumor, he's moving the center. He's moving the center. I can see why, as he's a good run defender who's a mauler downfield. Think Jason Kelsey downfield blocker. Whoa. He had a 71 run blocking grade, 78 pass blocking grade. Injuries limited his snap count this season, but over the last couple of seasons, he's had really good snap counts. Length will limit his tackle ability, and I don't think he has the anchor enough for guard, hence why he's moving to center. Again, really good center. I think against D tackles, he'll play really well. I'm expecting a really good player out of Graham Barton at center. I just don't think him anywhere but center would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's it. He good frame, good downhill size, good downhill strength and mobility as well. That's why it makes a lot of sense for center. So the Cardinals pick is in. That's shocking. I thought they would I really thought that they were gonna he was gonna they were gonna trade out. Let me respond to this text real quick. All right, who could they take? The Cardinals. Who would they take, man? Oh, Rodgers already walking out. I didn't even get a chance to look at my list.
Last year with the Arizona Cardinals moving out of the 3 spot, so Arizona moved out of the 3 spot so Houston could come up to take Will Anderson. Well, this is the first round pick they got in that
With the
trade last year.
27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson.
From Missouri? Whoa, Darius Robinson? Really? Wow, I didn't really have a whole lot written about Darius Robinson. I didn't think he'd go in the first round. Okay. Darius Robinson moved all over the defensive line. Powerful defensive lineman. Played 0 to 7 technique. I just didn't think it was going to happen. I mean, 9 sacks, 6 hits, 27 hurries. Had a 17% pass rush win rate and 8% run stop rate. Both were excellent in college. Wow, I didn't think he'd go in the first round. Good for Darius Robinson, man. He was someone that I definitely had early in the draft process because his name is very familiar. I scouted him early in the process. Thought of a day 2 pick, first round. Hey, I don't know everything, man. I don't know everything. They got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. That's a pretty good draft haul for round 1. No trade backs at all. I think they definitely would have gone. What's his name? The other edges. I can't think of their names, man. I thought Adisa Isaac. That's who it is. Adisa Isaac or Chris Braswell. I thought they could have gone as well. Because I thought Adisa Isaac had a better shout for the first round than Darius Robinson. But again, hey, I don't know everything, man. I don't know everything. He's a very powerful pass rusher. He's a bull rusher. That's all I can say. Could he move into D tackle? Maybe. But I think he's definitely gonna be more of an edge rusher. Let me go actually to their depth chart. Our lads. I'm gonna go to AZ. Oh, ARZ. My fault. ARZ. Let's see. He could be nose tackle. He's more likely to be a defensive end, though. They have Bilal Nichols, Chris Tonga, and Justin Jones as their starting defensive line. More than likely, he's going to be moving into that 3-4 defensive end position, maybe even D tackle. But, yeah, that's not the worst pick in the world, so I'm not going to overreact. I didn't do a whole lot of scouting of Darius Robinson because I didn't think he'd be a first-round draft pick. I mainly did, I did some film on him. That's why I do know who he is. I did have a page written about him. But I don't have much more to say. Besides his powerful pass rusher. Could probably be moving into nose tackle. But I would probably keep him as a defensive end in the 3-4 outside line. As a 3-4 defensive end. You know, inside. Not as an outside linebacker pass rusher. But inside going against guards and centers. So. Yeah, man. Whoa. KC traded up. Man, they still own the Bills. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Bills traded down with the Chiefs. That's gotta be right. I mean, it just said that KC's on the clock. What wide receivers are available? What wide receivers are available? Adonai Mitchell, Troy Franklin, Lad McConkey, Keon Coleman. Okay. If anyone, I think it's going to be Troy Franklin. That's my guess. I think it's going to be Troy Franklin. Yeah, KC and Buffalo did a trade. Man, KC owns Buffalo, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's got to be a wide receiver. Are they going to show what the trade was, or are they just going to just say there was a trade? I mean, it'd be really cool if I could see what the trade was, but whatever. Pick is in for Kansas City. I think Troy Franklin, man. I would go wide receiver if I was them. There's not really a tackle that is in the first round I'd take. You could go corner and grab Kool-Aid McKinstry to replace L'Jarius Sneed. Linebacker, maybe. Edgerrin Cooper or Peyton Wilson. Defensive line, you have Jazon Newton to help out Chris Jones. Adisa Isaac as well. I like Adisa Isaac. Offensive line, I don't think of anyone offensive line. Tyler Guyton. Tyler Guyton, that's what I was thinking of. Tyler Guyton, maybe. You could see a Tyler Guyton, man. That's the one I think they could go at 28. But do they really think that... Baltimore. They could have traded in front of Baltimore. And Dallas, because Dallas could have used a left tackle as well. I mean, Tyler Guyton played right tackle at Oklahoma, but Tyler Guyton is an athletic freak. Another guy you could take and try and develop into a left tackle. Let's see. So here's my guesses. Troy Franklin, Tyler Guyton, maybe Ennis Rakestraw above Kool-Aid McKinstry, if they like Ennis Rakestraw more than Kool-Aid McKinstry. But I think corner, D-tackle, wide receiver, left tackle. And preferably the four guys, I think, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jazon Newton, Troy Franklin, and Tyler Guyton. That's the four I'm thinking. It's going to be one of those four guys. And I think Tyler Guyton or Troy Franklin, because Dallas could use either one of those guys. Baltimore could use either one of those guys. San Fran could use either one of those guys. Buffalo doesn't really need a wide receiver. There's so many wide receivers that they could like. They don't really need a left tackle. They have Deion Dawkins. That's my guess. Goodness gracious, break balls of fire. I'm surprised Darius Robinson went above Adisa Isaac, though. I'm a very big fan of Adisa Isaac. When he gets drafted, I'll have a whole three slides to talk about, because I love Adisa Isaac. Bro, we get it. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not. But why are we showing 15 commercials every single time, and they're the same 15 commercials? They're the same commercials. That's my annoyance. They're the same commercials every time. Another draft tracker commercial. I get it. I get it. Leave me alone, please. This is the worst this draft tracker commercial is the worst. That is literally someone on the computer on OBS with window capture cropped. That's literally what that is, man.
Receiver team as well.
I'm telling you, Troy Franklin. If I had to rank it, right? Troy Franklin, Tyler Guyton, Jazon Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, / Kool-Aid McKinstry / Ennis Rakestraw, whichever one they prefer. It's that. It's gonna be wide receiver, left tackle, D tackle, corner.
champs, hosts of last year's draft.
The NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year.
They were booing until they heard Make-A-Wish. They go, oh, guys, stop booing, stop booing.
Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin.
That kid has seen more Super Bowls in the last 5 years than any other person ever.
I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, man.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
It's only fitting.
Yeah. Okay. We're back to doing this, Casey. We're back to doing this. Man. Oh my God, they got another Tyreek Hill. Uber athlete. Gosh darn it. Ran a 4.2 140 at the combine. Plays a little slower on the field, but still really good. Won back-to-back national championships at Georgia. Runs sharp cuts. Size freak as well. 6'4", 196. Very fast. Gosh darn it. He's going to win freaking 3 Super Bowls in the next 3 years. 845 yards. 11 touchdowns. Averaged 15 yards per reception. Man. That Chiefs offense, man. This got really good. Because Rashee Rice either is going to be suspended or he's going to be cut. Just straight up. He is also second in college football in punts returned yards, which sucks. They got a really good punt returner and a really good wide receiver. I still think Adonai Mitchell would have been the guy I would have gone for. And sorry, Xavier Worthy's 6'1", 172. Sorry. I clicked the wrong person. He had 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns. God, he's so good, man. That makes me so mad he got Xavier Worthy, dude. Like, what are we supposed to do with that, man? What are we... Oh, Cowboys pick is in already. Man. An athletic freak. Really good hands. 4.21. Combine record. Good route runner as well. Again, 1-2. Oh, that's Adonai Mitchell. Like... I don't know what to say. I don't know how the Chiefs always do it, man. The Cowboys can take Tyler Guyton now. They can take Tyler Guyton. I can see that happening. Cowboys, again, I think it's tackles number 1 because Tyron Smith. Corner, pass rusher. So Tyler Guyton, Ennis Rakeshaw / Clay McKinstry, then Adisa Isaac is my ranking. But I go Tyler Guyton if I'm them. You lost Tyron Smith. Continue the dominance of the offensive line. Just keep going. Don't stop building that offensive line up. So I'm going Tyler Guyton if I'm them. We'll see what happens, man. God, that sucks.
87th overall after their third rounder, 73rd overall. They are 7th in next year's draft. But we'll find out now who the Cowboys are going, if you will, all in on with this 29th overall selection.
Rich Eisen. Let's see what happens.
29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yep. Athletic freak. Very big body. More athlete than player right now. Oh, let me just type in Guyton. I do have a page about Guyton. I really thought Tyler Guyton was going to go a little higher than this. Tyler Guyton, not the biggest fan, as he is currently athlete over football player right now, but we have seen that mold succeed and fail in the NFL. Jordan Mailata succeeded. Bernard Raymond and Trevor Penning has failed so far. But we've seen people take that chance. I think, again, the way that the Cowboys have been able to develop offensive linemen, I think he's going to succeed with the Dallas Cowboys. Great speed and strength, but doesn't know what he's doing, it looks like. But 6'7", 325 pounds is very enticing. Big body, big frame, had a really good Senior Bowl. I can see him sitting for a good year, for a good team for a year or two, and later in contract become starter. But, I mean, he might start day one. He might start day one at left tackle for them. But I would not hate them if they decide to sit and let him develop for a year. But he'll probably start. I have him as a day 2 guy. But, I mean, pick 29 is guys that are basically either falling from round 1 or you take them a little early from round 2 to get that 5th year. They want that 5th year on Tyler Guyton. That's what it is. But 6'7", nearly 6'8", at 325 pounds. That's enticing, man. That's enticing. And the Cowboys are taking advantage of that. I would do the same thing. That is a great pick for the Dallas Cowboys. No shame about it. Really good prospect. Really good athlete. Intriguing prospect, man. And the Baltimore Ravens pick is in. Where do the Ravens go, man? They can go wide receiver. Wide receiver or corner. Wide receiver or corner is what I'm saying. Oh, I like that. So I like how they have their draft board. They have round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they have guys in all the rounds that they like, and they're crossing off as they go. I like how they do that. That's what I would do. That's the type of like visual person I am. I would have it round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How I like them in those rounds, and then cross them out as I go. I like how they do that. But Adonai Mitchell is interesting. I still like Nate Wiggins. I still like Troy Franklin. I do not like Ladd McConkey in the first round. If Ladd McConkey goes in the first round, it's racism in my opinion. But corner, wide receiver are my two that I'm going with. Because yes, they drafted Zay Flowers last year, but you need another wide receiver. Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, and another wide receiver. That's an okay wide receiver room. That's a pretty solid wide receiver room. You got another corner. You could add another corner, and that'd be really good. Help Marshawn Humphrey out. I don't know why I said his name wrong. I don't know why I said his name wrong. Marlon Humphrey. Why would I say Marshawn Humphrey? But Marlon Humphrey, I think another wide receiver could be really helpful. That's what I believe. I think another wide receiver could be really helpful. Or another pass rusher. You could always use another pass rusher. Or linebacker. Get Adrian Cooper. Get Peyton Wilson to replace Patrick Queen. Let's see what happens.
We like him pretty much. He's the best. All right, so 3 picks to go. It's the 1 seed from last year's AFC playoffs in the Baltimore Ravens.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Yep. Nate Wiggins, let's go. My number 2 zone corner, Nate Wiggins. I misspelled his name. Yep, Nate Wiggins. Yep. Great man corner. Uses physicality to get at the line of scrimmage to get leverage. Predicts routes like the best. 14 force incompletions in man coverage. He had 6 picks the last 2 years. My comp is Joey Porter Jr. I think Joey Porter Jr. is a really solid comp for him. Really good run defender. Really good zone guy and man coverage guy. He allowed a 44 completion percentage last year, which is elite. He needs to add a little bit more weight to not get thrown around as much in run defense. He's only 185 pounds at 6'2". If he add a little bit more weight, he'd be more known as a dominant run defender. Had some rough games this year, no doubt. He had 2 games under a 60 PFF grade. Injuries have stacked up for him. He missed 3 games this last year, and I believe he got hurt at the combine. So is he going to be ready to play week 1? I don't know. I believe he got hurt at the combine, and he might be healthy. He might be completely fine. But I believe he might be injured until week 1. I might actually have to look into that. Nate Wiggins combine health injury. Oh, a hip flexor injury. Is he going to be good? They just say he has an injury. Hip flexor injury recovery time. Oh, 1 to 3 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. Oh, he'll be fine. Okay. So Nate Wiggins will be ready to play week 1. But yeah, he's pretty good. A lot of people had Nate Wiggins originally as their cornerback number 1. He kind of fell as the draft process went down, but wow, the 49ers have reached the NFC Championship the last 7 years. That is insane. 7 years straight you've reached the NFC Championship game. Wow. That is very impressive. And only 2 Super Bowls, and you lost both of them. Where do the 49ers go? They can go corner. But I think Jazon Newton. You cut Eric Armstead, do the cap money, the cap reasonings. Replace Eric Armstead with Jazon Newton. I think that makes a lot of sense. So they got Josh Dobbs, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Yetur Gross-Matos. I know they added a D tackle from the Browns as well, Jordan Elliott. Devondre Campbell, Isaac Yadom. Wow. They don't include Jordan Elliott, who signed for 2 years, $10 million on their addition list. They added a lot of defensive tackles, though. But, I mean, you lost Eric Armstead, you know what I mean? Like, you got to replace him. I definitely feel that Jazon Newton could be the guy to replace him. All right. Oh, didn't mean to unmute it. Come on. Let's see what the 49ers do. San Francisco 49ers. Pick is in. Come on. Why is this taking so long? Come on, everybody. Let's hurry this up a little bit. Pick's been in for a while. I didn't know that only 1,000 yards led all tight ends in. Oh, reached NFC Championship in each of the last 7 playoff appearances. Oh, okay. I was confused by that. Because I remember it was the Rams Buccaneers in the NFC Championship one of these recent years. So, last 7, okay. I see. Here we go, Roger. You're taking forever. Hurry up a little bit. Come on just a little bit.
Take Xavier Birdie, the latest wide receiver taken, fastest man in the history of the combine. And the Bills will choose last, but before that, we hear the 49ers pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
So they do take a...
Oh. Okay. I didn't think he's a round 1 guy, but I mean Ricky Pearsall's not bad. From Florida, pretty solid route runner. I believe he's 6'1", 192. Yeah. Okay. He's definitely more of a slot guy. He's not an outside guy. So in my opinion, this tells me that they don't really want to trade Brandon Ayuk, because he does not replace Brandon Ayuk. He does not. In my opinion, Ricky Pearsall is a lot like Deebo Samuel. What if Deebo Samuel's the one that gets traded and they keep Brandon Ayuk? That's how I see that more of. I see more of that. Is that they have Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, and Deebo Samuel's the one that gets traded. Because Ricky Pearsall does a lot that Deebo Samuel does. Great yak ability, great handoff guy, really good, not true number 1 receiver. But yeah, I mean, he's a slot receiver. He's not an outside receiver. He's not Brandon Ayuk. So I really don't think Brandon Ayuk, this is the replacement. This is more of a Deebo Samuel replacement. Wow. Really good route runner. Quick off the line with good release. Tough receiver. That sounds like Deebo Samuel more than it does Brandon Ayuk. Oh, the Panthers trade up. So the Panthers were in the 2nd round, pick 1. They trade up one pick ahead from 33 into 32 to get a 5th-year option on someone. Who do they like that they want a 5th-year option on? There's got to be someone that they want a 5th-year option on. That's what that tells me. Who is it? So they trade 33 and a 5th round to move up 1 pick, and they slide back 60 picks and get a 6th round pick back. So the Bills move up 60 picks and slide back 1 pick. Who would they like to get a 5th-year option on? Trey Benson? Could it really just be a running back? Could it be a wide receiver? They got Deontay Johnson. They got Adam Thielen. Could they go for maybe like a Troy Franklin? Who do they like enough to move up 1 spot to get a 5th-year option? It's got to be someone young, man. What wide receivers are still available? In my opinion, it's a wide receiver. I'm thinking Adonai Mitchell, maybe. Adonai or Troy Franklin. If it's a wide receiver, it's Adonai Mitchell or Troy Franklin. It's one of those 2. Get your young quarterback and young wide receiver. You have Adam Thielen. You have Jonathan Mingo, who hasn't really developed. You have Deontay Johnson. Grab a young wide receiver to complement Bryce Young. Ask Bryce Young, who does he want at wide receiver? I really think wide receiver could be it. Or Trey Benson at running back. And they're done with the Chuba Hubbard experiments. That could also be it. Or offensive line. It could be an offensive lineman. It could be Jackson Powers Johnson. Get yourself a true number 1 center. That wouldn't be the worst idea either. Get yourself a true number 1 center. By the way, keep pounding is an insane slogan for slogan for NFL franchise. Keep pounding. Crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, I really think it could be a center. Center or wide receiver. I don't think it's defense. I don't think it's defense. You don't trade up for number 1 pick to get into the first round for a defense. I really think it could be a center to solidify center, like a Jackson Powers Johnson or a Zach Frazier, and a wide receiver. Oh my God. They still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They still have the number 7 overall pick in the second round as well. They added a lot on defense. They added multiple defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, a safety. They added a lot to their defense. Maybe they grab Jatavion Sanders and just go completely different than what I'm thinking. Maybe they just go tight end, just say, yeah, Nick, you don't know what you're talking about. It could also be that. Let's see what happens, man. Could it be a corner? Could they maybe go corner? They did lose Dante Jackson and CJ Henderson. Maybe safety? Tyler Nubin, maybe? There's so many areas that they can go. I think JPJ to protect your quarterback, though.
Once upon a time had the first pick of this first round, but the Bears kind of took it. Here's the Panthers wrapping up the night.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legate, wide receiver, South Carolina.
They are of their word, sir. Honest Dave.
That closes the first round. Thank you, Detroit, for a record-setting night.
Xavier Legette from South Carolina? Wow, that's not the wide receiver I would have gone with. I would not have guessed the Gamecocks Legette. Wow. I mean, again, I don't. He's good. He's good. I mean, he's 6'3", 227, a very dominant wide receiver with his size. He actually uses his size to truly dominate his defender. For the first time in his career, he was the focal point of an offense. That's why he's so interesting. This past season had 71 receptions for 1,200 yards and 7 touchdowns. Before that, he didn't even surpass 160 yards because it's the first time in his career he was the number 1 wide receiver. Showed he can be a really good wide receiver. I mean, again, 71 catches, 1,200 yards, 7 touchdowns. That's 17.7 yards per reception. Really good wide receiver. I'm intrigued. Maybe if Xavier Legette for like 2 or 3 years was a number 1 wide receiver for his team, he probably would have gone sooner. Because that's really good. 1,200 yards. Because again, I have a page on Xavier Legette. But I was so worried because I'm like, it's only 1 year of production that we can truly say something about, right? He's a late bloomer. He's 23 years old. Finally had his wow season. But it's the first time he was actually given that time. Really good a really good high point receiver. Has a really good release. Dominant contested catch. Like, love his ability to attack the ball midair. I don't really have a comp for him. But they're saying on the screen A.J. Brown. Sure. We'll say A.J. Brown. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't plan on talking about Xavier Legette tonight. So, yeah. That's the first round of the NFL draft. A couple of shockers, right? Michael Penix going at 8. Bo Nix going at 12. No defender taken until pick 14. That's insane. Or pick 15. Dallas Turner sliding into the 20s. No, only 2 corners taken in the first round overall. You still got Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean available in the second round. No safety taken, no linebacker taken. only one D tackle taken. You got a lot of pass rushers, a lot of wide receivers, a lot of offensive linemen, a lot of quarterbacks, one tight ends, no running backs, no other tight end besides Brock Bowers, no linebackers, no safeties, only 3 corners. There's a lot of good talent remaining in the second round, man. The NFL draft is crazy, but I would rather spend it with you guys than not. So, if you guys enjoy, please leave a like, comment, subscribe. Thank you for joining the 4th annual Sports Stuff Draft-a-thon. I'll see you guys tomorrow for round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft.